republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Kelly, if you take roll, please.
Sure. Patricia Carconi.
Here.
Jim Chuck.
Here.
Michael Conflitti.
Here.
Franco Mukowski.
Here.
Carl Town.
Here.
All right, very good. We'll need a motion to excuse.
I'll make a motion to excuse Ron Pennington.
And Kurt.
And Kurt Radke. Thank you.
We have a motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Approval of tonight's agenda.
I'd make a motion to, oh no, he's got to change.
Yeah, I just want to highlight, we've had 2 amendments to the agenda since it was originally posted last week. And I just want to note that the first amendment was a correction on the minutes date that was under the consent agenda, as well as an update to one of the descriptions of an agenda item. And then the second amendment, which is the agenda in front of us tonight, I initiated the removal of LDC 4, which was a site plan extension request. There were some additional plans that were submitted several months ago that we did not incorporate, and so I want additional time to look into that. I anticipate that that's going to be on next month's agenda for us. Okay, so that's how we arrived at our agenda this evening. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
if I may, I would also like to amend the agenda. Preceding comments from the public, I would like to add communication and announcements prior to the public speaking.
Okay, very good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, did we have a second? I'm sorry.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, sir. I know there's been some talk and rumors about Project Flex, but that is not on the agenda tonight, just so everyone is aware. No decisions will be made on Project Flex tonight. Our planner, Kenner, will be providing an update, though, to everybody on that.
Yeah, the township received the third submission of the final site plan set on May 27th digitally, and paper copies received shortly after that. They've been distributed to all the consultants. You've seen the typical 4 consultant review letters are posted online. All of us have had an opportunity to receive those and begin reviewing them. With the typical process that we've had in place, we'll submit those reviews once we've had an opportunity to review the plan set, and those will go on the township website as well as be distributed back to the applicant. As Mike said, we won't be making any decisions, or it's not on the agenda for a formal decision this evening. So in the meantime, it's an administrative review. If we need to take action to bring that back to the Planning Commission after we've reviewed that, we will do that, but it's unknown at this time.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, Brian. Mr. Chuck, did you update on that?
Yeah, real quickly, I just want to give a brief summary on the activities this weekend. Was our 17th annual Kite Festival. This festival started 17 years ago in much the same circumstances and dynamics of today's world. If you go back to 2008, unemployment was running high, inflation was there, people were losing their jobs, and we decided what could we do to bring something positive to the township, and that's where the festival started. As we move forward, I just want to take a minute. I hope many of you attended. It's family fun, and we've kept it that way. But I also want to thank the people who made it possible, because without the generosity of our businesses, our county commissioners, our township, we couldn't put this on. So I want to thank them and just say we had a great weekend. Once again, injury-free, nothing happened, and if anyone was there, you read the sign on your way out. See you again next year. So thank you, Mike.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Jen. I'd I'd like to invite the fire chief.
Mr. Chairman, before we go, I
Sure.
think the board launched right into the announcements and comments without first approving the consent agenda. I just want to make sure we capture the consent agenda before.
You are correct. Consent agenda, May 11th, 2026, draft minutes.
Make a motion to approve. Support.
Support, all those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Thanks, Matt.
Good evening, folks. Just kind of for those of you who were at the board meeting last Monday, we're going to operate the same way. We are at capacity inside. We do have outside people waiting that would like to come in and talk. When it is opened up for public comment, if everyone inside could just stay seated or in your area, we're going to let everyone outside come in, have their opportunity to talk. Once they have completed, we'll make sure they're all outside, and then I will let you guys know when you're able to come up and start speaking for the inside. So everyone will get their chance, okay?
So you're saying the ones that come late get to speak first?
That's all right. That's so you guys can keep your seats
Yeah,
in.
well, I see you guys doing everything fair again. Come
So
on,
that way you guys can keep your seats inside.
I got my ass here early.
Okay.
Everyone's gonna be here regardless, so we'll get you time to
I'll
talk.
tell you,
All right, we do have, if he is in the audience, Senator.
you can have my seat once I speak.
Senator Jim Winstead, welcome.
Thank you. I would like to begin by thanking the board for allowing me to speak. I know many of you, and I know how tough your job is, and you're doing the best job you can. But tonight I'm rising as your state senator and as someone who has heard directly from the families here in Lyon Township about what is happening right in your backyard. The response to similar scenarios all across the state of Michigan, last week, in response, I introduced legislation to create a statewide year-long moratorium on new data center projects. This is not in opposition to innovation or economic growth. I support responsible development. But what is happening here in Michigan and in Lyon Township is not responsible. It is rushed, opaque, and dismissive of the very people this project will most directly affect. Lyon Township, as has happened so often across the state of Michigan, has had the residents blindsided. The conditional site here planned for Project Flex was approved last September, and most residents did not realize this until December. Critical details were obscured, public input until recently has been minimized, timelines were accelerated despite strong community opposition, and now the developer is threatening to sue legal action if this committee does not move fast enough. That is not a partnership, that is intimidation. And that is not how we should do business here in the state of Michigan. The 172-acre, 1.8 million acre facility will consume up to 15,000 gallons of water per day. It strains local infrastructure, impacts wells and property values, and reshapes neighborhoods, especially when placed near homes, schools, and families. Decisions of this magnitude demand full transparency, genuine public engagement, and enforceable protections, not after-the-fact assurances. That is why I have called for this pause. A moratorium is not an end of development. It is a necessary safeguard. It buys time to enact real standards, performance guarantees, job creation requirements, local consent, and taxpayer protections like the bill I am advancing in the Senate. Government does not exist to serve developers or out-of-state interests. It exists to serve the people. The citizens who live, work, and raise families right here. The residents of Lyon Township and in Michigan deserve better. They deserve transparency, they deserve accountability, and above all, they deserve to be heard. I urge this committee to stand strong with your constituents here to the best you can. Try to slow this process and demand protections for Michigan taxpayers, the kind of respect they have earned. Thank you so much.
Said I can't speak, so I'm not speaking. I just want to hand this out so we can glance at it. That just proves how bad these places are.
All right, we're going to open up comments for the public. If you'd like to come up, try to keep it to 3 minutes. And
You guys got me following a senator, huh? Okay. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the time. My comment tonight is regarding Project Flex. The applicant is now calling this their final submission and is asking for approval. At the same time, their recent correspondence also makes it clear that they believe they've met all requirements and are signaling legal consequences if approval doesn't move forward. That makes it even more important to be clear about one key question. Has all of the required information actually been provided and accepted by our township reviewers? Yes or no? Because our own township consultants previously identified specific items that need additional information in order to determine compliance. If that information has not been provided or has not been accepted, then this application is not complete and the conditions of the conditional approval have not been met. And if the applicant is now saying that they're not going to provide additional information, then this is no longer a revise and resubmit information or situation, and at that point the township needs to decide what that means procedurally. Continuing to move forward without a clear determination creates confusion and risk, especially when the applicant is asserting that they are entitled to an approval. So I'm asking for a clear step. Before any consideration of an approval, the commission should determine on the record whether the application is complete, whether all conditions have been satisfied, and if not, what's the township's next step going to be? You're also in the middle of updating your ordinance to require exactly this type of information for large projects going forward, so it wouldn't make any sense to apply a lower standard here. This is not about stopping a project, it's about making sure the process is followed and that decisions are based on confirmed compliance, not pressure or unresolved disputes. Thank you very much.
Hi, Aaron Reinheimer, New Hudson. I sent you guys an email earlier this week regarding my detailed analysis of the noise study and how there are significant shortcomings that are associated with this study that was submitted. Just to highlight a couple of things, obviously the third octave band data that was provided in that study for the best cabinet fan exhaust fans, there is a prominent sharp point in the frequency data that suggests a tone. And if that tone is present, that requires the ordinance be lowered to 45 decibels, not 50. Other things were that the company failed to provide acoustic attenuation data for the upper walls as well as the screening wall around the chillers, and then the classification of the nodes that were used to measure the noise were incorrectly classified as recreational. I don't know what recreational is because we don't in Lyon Township we don't have a recreational ordinance. So I think there are still issues with this. But I wanted to focus a little bit on the new updated ordinance for large land use, and specifically the specifically, there's no address in noise, and I think specifically when we're addressing these big facilities, really low frequency noise needs to be factored in, and currently you're just passing the buck on to what's currently in the township. And I think that you guys should really address this. I'm happy to talk to you guys and send emails back and forth that we can work on a better standard. But I think that the noise, everyone's talking about high frequency noise and things like that, but the low concussive, low frequency noise that hits your body, that's actually what's causing the damage, causing people to have stress, anxiety, things like that. And I think that this needs to be updated in the new large land case use ordinance. Last thing I'm going to say, recall petition is outside. So if people are upset, go sign it.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kendra. I live in Lyon Township. So I kind of wanted to add on to a little bit of some of what he was saying. It's not always the volume that hurts people. It's just the never-ending drone of the noise. I mean, if you go to YouTube, you can listen to like the sound like from people's porches of data centers, just the never-ending like drone of the sound, and they sleep with it, and it's not healthy. It causes, studies have shown that it has negative health effects. It causes cardiovascular problems as well as mental health problems when they're subjected to this noise that's nonstop, never ending. Just, I mean, it's one thing to hear something like one guy said, like, it's not so bad when you listen to traffic. You hear traffic, but then it goes away. It's fine. But you just never hear the end of this with the data centers. It's just 24/7. You don't go to bed. It doesn't go away. On top of that, I mean, I've got 3 dogs. Dogs have more sensitive hearing than humans do. All right, so how are my dogs going to be affected now? Am I going to have to put my dogs on anxiety medicine because a data center is being built nearby? I mean, that's ridiculous. I shouldn't have to do that. People shouldn't have to worry about their pets, their livestock. I mean, I moved to the country because I wanted to live in a peaceful place. And so far, it is becoming not peaceful. And more, it's, how do I live in a place where I can go to bed at night and just have quiet, where I can listen to nature? So this data project needs to end. On top of that, I was also concerned looking at the Q&A list because I'll look at it right now, straight from the website, the Q&A. People say, what happens if the site exceeds the noise levels? And then the answer again and again, the township will take action to ensure the operation of the data center complies with the noise ordinances. What does that mean? That's just a copy and paste answer. What does that mean? So they get a ticket, a $100 ticket, and then like they're doing the same thing the next day. That's not going to work. So you need to do more, and we will hold you accountable to that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jerry. I live in Lyon Township. I just wanted to present something about Continental Aluminum that came in 1998 and were operational for over 24 years. During that time, there were numerous complaints. The state came in and the EPA, making them conform to safety, air pollution, land pollution, of which I think they complied. I'm not sure. But there were studies done, and my question is to you all, have there been any soil studies to see how much aluminum dust is in the property that's pretty much going to be on where they're going to build the data center? Because it seems like to me, if there's a large contaminant of aluminum dust, I don't know how that would mix with lithium-ion batteries. And there's no getting aluminum out of the soil unless you clean it up. And as far as I know, somebody correct me, I don't think there's been any cleanup. So that was my main thing that I wanted to present, because I think everybody else has pretty much said it. I had another comment about something else, but it's on down the agenda.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I have a handout for you. This is for the board. It's just a slide. I actually have two handouts for you. Sorry. I don't know if I can get my time back. I want you to take a good look at these cell phones. How big are these cell phones? How small is your cell phone now? The technology that they are trying to say that we are all using so much of will eventually shrink just like these cell phones, and they're little chips that now fit into sunglasses. What happens in 20 years when we no longer need a data center this big? What happens then? Does it become more blight? Once again, I'm asking, why are these not built on abandoned shopping malls? Why are they not built on abandoned industrial centers? Why are they not built on any of these? I'll tell you why. Because they didn't get enough subsidy. Upon my investigation, because I've lived in this community for over 50 years, I want to bring it to the board's attention, immediate attention, that this project sits directly on critical waterhead divide, impacting both Davis Creek Huron watershed and Johnson Creek Rouge River watershed. This industrial development poses a severe threat to two sensitive ecosystems and their federally and state protected species. The state endangered red-side dace located in the Johnson Creek cold water trout stream. This is highly vulnerable to thermal runoff from the site. The federally endangered snuff box mussel, tongue twister. Located in Davis Creek, this species is threatened by flooding and heavy sediment overflow. Was this even talked about? No, because when I contacted Eagle today, and when I contacted the EPA, and when I contacted the DNR, none of them had any idea that this is within a 5-mile radius of a metro park and a state park and endangered species. This council, I used to live on Lake Angela. I grew up there. My dad and I fished in a spring-fed pond that is no longer there because condos sit on it. Why? I'm going to ask this board one more time. How can we give people in their homes a 3-acre buffer and turn down a gas station that was needed between Novi and here? Cost us money in a lawsuit, yet said okay to this. Tell me, how big do you think that chip's gonna be? Do you really think that's all for chips? And once again, wherever the lawyer is, 1992. Look at the exact wording. It said office center data housing. It didn't even say data housing. I have the exact wording here. It has nothing in there about a data center. 1992, and it's very disingenuous for you to think that you can get by with that. Fight! We're behind you. Fight!
Thank you for your time. My name is Joe. I'm a resident of South Lyon, City of. Moved in 14 years ago to a home built in 1998. Fell in love with the area for its small town charm, yet I lost the argument to my wife to be on well and septic. So in the city we live, okay? Well, on my short drive over here from my residence in Trotters Point, I passed seven massive developments in Lyon Township that have taken place in our short time here. Okay, this place is unrecognizable, for starters. Secondly, I am a municipal employee for a Western Wayne County township. I will tell you that that township from when I started 20 years ago at 70,000 residents is now above 100,000. There are things that were approved by their boards, okay, that are there's no going back on, okay? And there are residences on the west side of the township that have suffered insurmountable flooding, okay, due to a development of Amazon, okay? As of right now, Lyon Township has a moratorium in place until September of this year for development for wastewater. Now, I should say for stormwater runoff. Okay, I'm asking that you extend that moratorium another year, another 12 months, just like the good senator said. 12 months ago, none of us even knew this was a conversation to be had. Yet here we are. Look at the turnout. Nobody even knew what a data center was. Yet here we are. So I'm asking that you use your own moratorium that you still have in place until September, extend it for another 12 months while the chips fall and we see what the facts are. At this point, you're probably buying in on something that, as the young lady before me spoke to, in 20 years may be irrelevant. However, the damage will be done and there will be no going back on the fact that you approved this. Once it's not needed, what becomes of it? Does it become like the old Sears did, where we're just going to drive past with our kids and say, yep, that's the old data center that we needed 20 years ago? Hell of an eyesore. I wish you luck.
Hi, my name is Leanne Roy. I live off of South Hill Road. I'm here to just point out that we haven't even approved the data center, and they are already trying to cut corners. This will be the next 6 years of our lives if we say yes to this project. They're asking to no longer care about the noise ordinances, the airport clearance, the drainage. Those are massive factors in this project. We have an elementary school that will butt up to this data center. And if they do not care about the noise ordinances now, I guarantee you they will not care about it later when they are not compliant. We have wasted so much money. We have external consultants, engineering, doing studies saying, rejecting this project 3 times now. How much longer, how much more money are we going to spend on appeasing people that cannot meet compliance on their proposal? It's got to stop. We have to set the bar at the beginning. If we allow it now, it will continue across the next 6 years. And that sounds miserable for everybody. Secondly, I brought my son here because he wanted to talk about his ability to continue hunting. He said deer do not have good eyesight. They really only see patterns and can detect some slight movement. They really require their hearing to navigate their migration patterns and their partners. And if we put a data center in that is way above the 55 decibel level, our deer population will be decimated. He will no longer be able to enjoy that hobby. We all have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, myself and generations behind us. Let's make sure we instill that. Okay, Lyon Township? Yeah.
My name is Melissa Noble. I have spoken several times at these meetings regarding township ordinances and the fact that the applicant has still not met these requirements or the requirements of this conditional approval. I would like to remind this commission that the applicant stated they would not require a variance. The Planning Commission does not have the authority to approve a non-compliant application without this variance. Walbridge has not met the requirements to proceed with this application, yet they are threatening to sue us. As I've stated before, this is blackmail. Walbridge knows that they can't meet compliance. If they could, they would provide the information we're asking for. Instead, they have decided that our ordinances are irrelevant and that they will just tie us up in court until they get what they want anyway. This is not a good neighbor. Good neighbors follow the same rules that apply to all residents. They don't blackmail, harass, or intimidate their way into a community. As I've mentioned before, this isn't about denying development. It's about upholding our ordinances. What's the point of having ordinances if you're just going to let somebody bully their way in? That makes you irrelevant. Before I leave, I would like to remind something, since Jeff Bladen is here today, of something that he said in January on Channel 7.
To make sure that we've satisfied all of the requirements of the township before we lay out any specific plans for starting construction. It's important to me.
He said it's important to make sure that they meet all the requirements. And yet when we ask them to meet the requirements, they refuse. They say it's not in your authority to ask those questions. Walbridge threatens to sue us. All they have to do is provide that information to us. They had no problem providing some of those same things we are asking for to Van Buren Township, because that's in their sound study. So if you take a look at their sound study, you have to wonder why, if they're using the same measurement, the same calculation, why are the variables different? The variables change depending on where they're going and how much pushback they're getting. We can't trust them anymore. They're not a good neighbor. They're a bully. They don't care about us. They don't have our best interests in mind. All we're asking for is for them to be a good neighbor and to fulfill our requirements like they both promised they would. All we're asking for is for them to behave with a little bit of integrity. If I was Veris, I would be embarrassed that this was out here. But I have integrity. Thank you.
I'm Jack, and I live in Lyon Township. So mine is more specific things. I have a concern with, they're talking about wanting 120 kV lines with potentially 18 towers. If that's going to go through any neighborhood or in this area, the aesthetics and the property values do drop. I mean, nobody wants to be around electric lines. And then they're talking about later 320 kV lines. It's not clear they plan, because typically when you do these projects, you usually phase them in. So they're probably going to build a building or two. Maybe they're going to come in with a 120 kV line, and then come later and want to add another 320 kV line to, because you've got a huge load when you have 6 buildings, and that they're going to need the additional line, and that may have 36 towers. Where are they going to run this through? It's going to look, usually when these are put, they're put out in some farmland that nobody sees for miles. So, and then they talk about not having any generators, and these batteries are supposed to carry for 4 hours. I mean, that's got to be a huge battery room, or huge, because, I mean, you can only get so much energy out of the batteries. I mean, Tesla and Boeing have had the high energy batteries, and they've had fires. I mean, Teslas go under fires. If we ended up having flooding in the area, look at the fires you create. I mean, is the fire department here ready and prepared to do that? I mean, it's intense. I mean, I don't know if you ever looked at the pictures when they had a hurricane down in Florida, but the Teslas were catching on fire every which way, and they couldn't put them out, because once they're a different lithium ion. If they're able to do that in 4 hours, they have got to have a super, and it has to be controlled when you manufacture that. So, I mean, you need to take this into account. Plus, are we sure that when, I'm not going to name names, but when other people put in data centers, under court order, they had the actual, how they came up with the cost for the infrastructure, who paid for the infrastructure, because this isn't cheap. It's not only the transmission lines you got to bring in, you got to up your whole power distribution system to actually include that. So who's paying for that? And are they going to then cut the rates and we pay more locally? Are you going to expect that of the residents? I think you should have a term and condition. If this goes forward, you should have a term and condition that it needs to be open to the public, and we need to know beforehand what actually are in those terms. Is this being covered by the state of Michigan to fund the actual infrastructure, or are we actually going to pay for it later? I mean, that's, and then in terms of, I mentioned property values, and I'm not sure even what the load is. Is it going to be like 250 megawatts to 300 megawatts? That's bigger than most cities. You're talking a city that consumes that power. I mean, that's huge. And with that, when you have transmission lines, I don't know if you've ever been underneath them, but you run a 320 kV line and you go underneath it, you can hear the static electricity charge because of the EMF, the electromagnetic force that generates. It's huge. So, I mean, where's that going to be? Where are they going to run those? And that's really what I have to say. I just started looking at this. I didn't realize this was coming in until about a week ago.
Hi, my name is Brandon Levine. I live in the city of South Lyon. And I think most everyone who's opposing these data centers, their concerns are mostly environmentally orientated. And I think that the environmental concerns are very valid. But I just wanted to bring up what I find most terrifying about this massive expansion of data center construction is their ultimate purpose, and that is called technocracy. It's a whole new system of government, which was kind of championed by Elon Musk's grandfather, who used to be like the president or something of Technocracy Inc., which the Canadian chapter of it when they lived in Canada. And these technocrats, it was back in like the 1940s, like right after the Great Depression, they had a philosophy that society would best be governed by about 100 oligarchs and experts and scientists, and along with technology, okay? And so Donald Trump, on his first full day in office, held a press conference where he announced Project Stargate, and he signed an executive order to declare a national emergency. We know that lots of freedom always blossoms out of national emergencies, right? But he signed that to national emergency declaration to fast track $500 billion worth of data center expansion, and they're promising it's going to cure cancer and all this stuff, but it has a lot to do with like transhumanism, where they think that we need to all get brain chips and merge with the machines and everything like that. But if anyone wants to read about this stuff, I would urge you all to go to a website called unlimitedhangout.com, and Whitney Webb is a fine journalist, and if you read the article called Dark MAGA GovCorp Technate, it was written like 2 years ago, and you'll read that and you'll see that it's all unfolding now. And another word is algocracy, and that is rule by algorithm, because it's going to be like the AI ruling us essentially. And you can go to CorbettReport.com. James Corbett is another fine journalist, and you can search keyword algocracy and learn about that there. So thank you, everyone.
Good evening. My name is Julie Lynn Gibbons. I live about 3 miles from the site. I just want to share a few things with you that I think you should know about. At Monday's Board of Trustees meeting, someone passed out some really slick, glossy-looking flyers. I'm also getting bombarded by ads every time I go online by this same group calling themselves Michigan for Responsible Data Centers. They claim to provide fact-based information and responsible standards for data center development. Sounds harmless. MRDC is a front group for many organizations, all of whom share one thing in common. If data centers get built, they get rich. Their members include our neighbor and Project Flex developer, Wallbridge, DTE, Consumers Energy, the Detroit Regional Chamber, and the Michigan Chamber of Commerce. It's abundantly clear that Wallbridge thinks that just because they're a billion-dollar company, and as they always love to remind us, the largest taxpayer in the township, they're supposed to get their way, even if it means failing to meet all of the conditions set forth by you. In 2023, they were fined over $13,000 from the state of Virginia because they failed to install or properly maintain erosion and sediment control measures as required by Virginia law. They were trying to build another data center. All of these groups in common have lots of lobbyists. They pay lots of money. They've lobbied for things like lower taxes for corporations and billionaires, lowest possible employee benefits and wages, environmental regulation rollbacks or softening of regulations, and of course, corporate handouts and bailouts. DTE and Consumers Energy contributed $421,000 to Michigan lawmakers in 2025, but not State Senator Jim Runstead. Fines and hikes. DTE and consumers were also hit with environmental violations. DTE had to pay $118 million and consumers $31 million. They are not trying to be good neighbors. If they have nothing to hide and they're so great, why do they have to bombard us with ads, with phone calls, with digital ads and glossy flyers? Stand your ground. We're with you. We are not Saline Township. They will not win. We must prevail.
Hello, my name is Robert Camion, longtime and proud Lyon Township resident. However, I'm going to go right on record and say that if this does go through, I will no longer be proud to live here. I'm not going to stand in front of you guys and talk about noise pollution, water pollution, electrical demands, who's going to get sued. What I want to talk about is the will of the people. We vote you guys in to the board. You represent us in these matters. We are speaking, and you are not listening. Now I lost my train of thought, sorry. This is something obviously we don't want, and we just want our voice to be heard. Thank you.
Tom Butcher, I live a few miles down Milford Road. I just want to make clear in a couple of things that the last few people have said. So it looks like there's a lot of folks here. You should see the people outside. Maybe the people outside could clap their hands for us. They're lined out to the parking lot, and they're not in support of any of this. That's why they're here. They should be at home eating dinner with their families, and they're not. You guys should be at home eating dinner with your families, and you're not because of this. There they go. They heard me. So I want to go back to the original issue that I think started all of this, and I used Google. Not sure they're a friend to everyone around here. I used Google to answer a few simple questions. So give me a common definition of a data processing center, which I believe is the language in the original zoning ordinance, in the mid-1990s. Data processing center, often referred to interchangeably as a computer center or information systems department, was a centralized facility dedicated to the systematic collection, storage, and processing of an organization's digital information. An organization, not global information, just an organization. They talk about the hardware that was used. It was one IBM mainframe. And there were some green screen terminals for those of you that are old like me and remember green screen terminals. And they talk about system operators that were mounting and removing tapes. Maybe they had some hard drives in there too. The hard drives were the size of a small car, and they didn't store anything. So it was old-fashioned and somewhat quaint. Even in the late 90s, when we switched to computer models, we were using more servers. There would be 20, maybe 50, maybe even 100 servers in a room. Still, nothing like what we were talking about. So I asked, this is Google's answer, how does that definition compare to the modern hyperscale data center? Comparing a mid-1990s data processing center to a modern hyperscale data center is like comparing a local workshop to a massive automated industrial factory. While both exist to store and process information, the scale, philosophy, and technology behind them are fundamentally different. It doesn't sound like that's what anyone had in mind when the original ordinance or the original zoning was written. Two other quick points. I got to be very quick. There's a discussion earlier about the transmission and distribution of electricity. Something that nobody seems to be talking about is that energy has to be generated. Local utilities, I won't use any names, need to generate that electricity somewhere. The capacity that I've seen they need is somewhere in the neighborhood of 400 gigawatts. That's 40% of a decent-sized nuclear station. It's 33% of a good-sized coal station, and it's about 6 to 8 natural gas stations. Now, what happens when those get installed is they get put into the rate base of the people who pay the rates. That's all of us. I notice in the literature it says they pay for electricity, but it doesn't say they pay for electricity generation and the constructing of those facilities necessary to generate that. That's what goes into our rate base. That's what all of us pay. And we pay that for 20, 30, 40 years, depending on how long they issue the bonds for. I also want to echo one comment. I told the Township Council last week, and I'll tell you guys, we fully support, if somebody needs to hire legal counsel, do it. Someone talked a couple weeks ago about putting up a GoFundMe for a lawyer. I'll be the first one on the list, and I'll write a big check. We don't want to.
Hi, I'm Kara Stoltz. I live in the city of South Lyon. I grew up in this area, but like many young professionals, I moved away after college. About 6 years ago, I moved back, opting for an over 1 hour one-way commute to live in this area because I love it. And one of the things that I love about it and took for granted before I moved to a more urban area is the night sky. I remember growing up, waiting for the school bus, looking up and clearly being able to see the Orion constellation, and it just became part of my morning routine. Almost 20 years later, we can still see that constellation very easily out here. You can't see the stars like that even just in Ferndale and the Detroit area. It's something so unique to this area and really special about the way of life here. And I bring up the night sky because of the light pollution that these data centers emit. There was a rural town in Texas, town of less than 800 people with a data center. It now has created a permanent effect of daylight, and that is from a rural area with presumably dark sky qualities. Can you imagine how bright it will be at night in an already populated area? And that's not even getting into the health problems that causes, the problems with migratory birds and a bunch of other animals when you have permanent daylight like that. So I want to question, why would we so willingly give that up? In Virginia, in fiscal year 2025, let me make sure I get my numbers right, they gave up $1.9 billion in tax revenue to their data centers in exchange for 1,610 jobs. That's a return of investment of $1.2 million in lost revenue per one job. In comparison, two mid-sized manufacturers in Burton just received an investment from the state of Michigan for $7.8 million. They're creating 150 jobs. That's $53,000 for one job. I don't know in what world we can justify spending millions of dollars for one job, especially since these data centers only need to create 30 permanent jobs in order to qualify for the Michigan tax breaks. Residents choose to live here for a reason. For me, the dark sky is one of the big things. The people, the way of life here. I urge you to do everything you can to protect what it's like to live here and make sure that we're doing it for a valid return on investment. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name's Mallory. I hope my face is starting to become familiar, and I hope the board and people are recognizing each other every week as we're all starting to show up more and more. My son would rather be playing soccer, but he's here with me today. I just wanted to point out a few things. Tom echoed all the people, or pointed out all the people outside. There's also like 190, 200 people watching online. So for the people who can't be here, we're gaining presence. It was near 150, 160 at the last meeting. So we're continuing to grow this effort for the no data centers. I
I wanted to point out, and this was just brought up to me, that, so I live about 10 mile, I live at 11 Mile in Milford, and he goes to Pearson Elementary, and I kind of thought we were safe. I mean, we're far enough away from the data center that it might not impact me too much, right? But I did just hear that Pearson has a wait list currently, and those that are on the wait list to get into the school are going to go to Dolson. So now those students that wouldn't even have an issue going to this school, that if you did put a data center in, now those kids are actually going to end up there. So what is the plan for that? How we're continuing to expand our township and our city. What's the plan to be able to get all our students into a school that's safe, right? I also have a friend outside. She didn't feel like speaking today, but she moved to Travis Road in December of 25. She found out about a month later about this data center. She has a husband who is a disabled vet, and she has 3 homeschooled children. She is terrified, and so is her husband, about what is going to happen with the sound pollution and with the water pollution. They're on a well, all of that, in this brand new home that they just purchased and just moved to. Kind of feels like the rug was pulled out right from under them as soon as they moved in. She would love to speak. I'm sure I will get her to speak the next time, but it was her first meeting, so I'll let her get her feet wet here. I also want to echo what I mentioned last week, was according to Crane's Business Detroit, this data center and tax revenue for Lyon Township is going to give us, the township itself, a whopping $400,000 a year over 20 years. $400,000. $35,000 for the police and fire department a year, $400,000 for the township, which isn't really going to make too much of an impact over the long run. And to close, I just want to say we are here to support the board. All of us here don't want to see the data center. I don't know why anyone on the board would want to see a data center either. We love this community. We want to see it grow, and that's what we're here to support. So thank you.
Good evening. I just have a couple of quick questions. I'm a resident of Lake Angela, been there almost 20 years. I'm a little concerned what would happen to the lake because I know in the past it's been siphoned off for building homes. And I heard it was brought up to the board. Someone asked them and they were told they don't care if Lake Angela dries up. Now, I don't like to spread, that's hearsay. I hope it's not true. But anyway, my other question is, I'm curious if the builder, you know, I guess Coyote Golf Course is going to be homes and townhouses, and today someone told me it's going to be low-income apartments. I don't know if all this is true, but I'm just curious. I think it's Lombardo that's building. I'm just curious what he thinks of that and what's going to happen to the home values over here. That's all I got to say. You guys have a great evening.
Hi, my name is Amy, and just wanted to, I'm old school, I don't stream, so Detroit News, 2 articles about data center, one clearly mentioning us and our fight, and it's not just 30 people anymore. We're climbing up to 30,000. If you start looking at all the following of all the different sites that we are mentioned on, this is becoming big. I stumbled on your master plan and started reading all the great things. It mentions the tunnel of trees that will all come down Milford Road for at least a half a mile, because the front of this data center is a half a mile wide from the nature center to the golf course. And then we get the houses. We're losing what always seems to appear on every site plan as still a golf course, which it's not. It should be taken off of there and it should be changed to residential. But in this 20, 30 page thing, I had to stop counting the number of times the master plan said rural beauty, rural everything. The drawing point to our community is the rural atmosphere. That's going to disappear. This is the main part of our city, is right where you're slamming it. The businesses down Grand River are going to be 2.2 miles on the backside. We're going to sit at Music on the Grand at maybe 0.4 miles. We have cider mills that are 2 miles. You're going to go there and sit and want a pleasant afternoon and listen to the hum? I mean, this is crazy. Pearson School is 1 mile and 3/10. So the kids that are going to go from Dawson might get a little bit of a break, but not much. The Scorpions headquarters, 1.3, trying to get them guys on board. The War Dog Museum, the new library, 1.7 miles. It goes on and on how close the majority of the land surrounding our New Hudson area is in the crosshairs. Sound travels, and it's going to move. It's going to be heard. We're going to have 6 years of construction, and in 27, Coyote starts. We have 2-lane roads. They're going to come down Grand River like they were coming down Saline on US 12, which is a 4 with maybe a center lane? Yep. They're going to be coming down there, and we're putting up a hawk thing to stop traffic in the middle of the day so a person can cross. It's going to that whole intersection sucks. When it's busy, it's gridlock. And our 2-lane roads are not going to handle all this for 6 years of construction. It's gotta stop. And we support you saying no. We all support you saying no.
My name is Lynn. I'm from Lyon Township. I'm 4th generation in the area, and I just wanted to make sure that I went on record as one of the 30 people that are against having this data center in our area. I am also very thankful for all of the very knowledgeable and smart people that have moved into the area that have taught you a lot, because to me, it doesn't seem like you did any of your own research before saying yes. So thank you to everyone in the area. I think you can look around and see how happy we are with your decision, and I really hope that you change it. And I also have to say I'm very disappointed at seeing you still in that seat after your behavior last month's meeting.
Hello, my name is Allison Ronish. I came here to speak, or I didn't come here to speak today, I came here to listen, but I was moved to speak. Everybody has spoken about so many good points involving our kids, our schools, our water safety, home values, general health safety. I want to speak on one point on behalf of a group that cannot speak today at this meeting. The wildlife animals we share this township with have less and less land, clean water, and safe havens. Their ecosystems are destroyed by the growing industrialization and McMansions that have been popping up all over this once beautiful rural county. And now, a massive, loud data center will be swallowing up more land that we will never get back. What will happen to our beautiful water resources, and what will happen to the wildlife at Kensington and Island Lake when the animals go mad from the humming? The local farmers of this community, what will happen to their farm animals when they can't think straight, when they get violent and upset and have health problems? None of these animals can come speak today, so I wanted to. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lori Ann from Lyon Township. This is my daughter, Adeline. I actually had to cut down a Girl Scout meeting tonight to be here. Our last one of the year, with 30 people at my house, just to be here to speak to you, to look at you in your face. Can you live with yourselves decimating this township? Like, just tearing it apart? Because that's what's going to happen. It's going to crumble, and it's going to be on your hands, but you guys will probably just get up and move and leave. A lot of people do not have that opportunity. We bought a Forever Homes here, and we do not have that opportunity. And can you live with yourselves? Can you absolutely live with yourselves? Looking at families. My entire family's outside. They wouldn't let me bring them in. I was told we have to be here in numbers, thousands, in order to stop this. There are thousands online. They can't all be here. Conveniently, there's not like any parking. So like, all my Girl Scouts, they would have loved to be here. People have things to do. It's their last week of school. They would all be here if they could. It's not okay. This is just not okay, and that's what we wanted to say. Thank you.
First and foremost, I'm seeking an apology from Carl Town on behalf of the resident who spoke last month. There was no circumstance where pretending to gag yourself is appropriate or professional in any capacity, directed at her or not. No, that's my 3 minutes. Let him do it after. Firstly, I don't think it's fair that every time an application comes in that the township bears the cost of that review. When an application is first submitted, a fee is collected to cover those costs. But at what point have we spent that money and now the taxpayers are paying for the rest of these reviews? We were told last week that an applicant can have 24 months to submit their application under the conditional approval to meet the requirements, but Walbridge and Veris have already told us through their legal letter from Dykema that they won't be complying. At this point, it's wasting your time and taxpayer money. And finally, most importantly, the township has a 28-day review rule for any submission. To strong-arm the township into making a decision by today, only 8 days after submitting, it is not just bullying, but against the township ordinances. Agreeing to approve anything today sets a dangerous precedent for the township that any developer can just pay enough money and send a strongly worded, unfounded legal letter, and they can build whatever they want. Ordinances be damned. We want you to fight for the integrity of this township, and if that means going to court, so be it. There's definitely support in this room for that tonight. Thank you.
Hello. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I was working behind the scenes trying to gather some of my neighbors of Trotters Point. We live only 2 miles, as a crow flies, from where this massive, monstrous data center is going to be. So when I saw 173 acres, I thought, I can't picture what 173 acres is. So then I thought, let me think. That would be 130 football fields, including end zones. So that's a rather large, if you put it into perspective, when you're thinking about it, 130 football fields. And then I thought, I wonder how big is the University of Michigan Stadium, the big house, the land that it's on. Well, it turns out that we would be having the size of 11 University of Michigan stadiums is what this place is going to be. That includes all the land around it, not just the stadium, but we're talking all the seats, all the area around it. 11 big houses is what we're putting in, to put it in perspective. So when you look at it that way, it's a pretty ugly thought to think of all of this electricity and all of the noise and all of this. It's huge. I wish I could also put it in terms of, I don't know what a Walmart is, but how many Walmarts would it be? I'm envisioning, I don't know, maybe football field, I don't know what it would be. I'm going to have to look up an average Walmart, but I'm thinking maybe 100 Walmarts. So I think Lyon Township is going to be known as, when you hear South Lyon or Lyon Township, when people want to move there, they're all going to go, oh, that's where that big-ass data center is. Oh, that's what I think of now when I hear Saline. All I think is, oh, you want to move where a data center is? No. The immediate thought is, I'm not moving there. So I hope that this Lombardo or whoever it is that bought this property right next door is really thinking about wanting to protest this. I don't know. Something seems fishy to me that they're not talking about it, because I don't know, maybe they're going to change once this gets approved and they're not going to want to build the houses there. I don't know. Maybe they're going to sell it to the data center as well so they can expand. I don't know. But anyways, I just wanted to say, how many people here are against this? Can we get a clapping? Everybody outside? Who's against it? All right. Wow, let's see. I like to see who's not clapping. Okay, interesting. Okay, thank you.
Claude Holland, 12 Mile Road. But she just said it eloquently too, because I was going to talk about the Lombardo home build that was supposed to go in Coyote Golf Course. I know about it because they got the easement from me for the sewer to run down 12 Mile Road. Now they're backing away, and why? Guarantee it's this data center. Do they want to build 200 homes and 80 condominiums next to this obscene thing that nobody in our township wants? I own the property in Lake Angela that goes into the watershed. We shut down Continental Aluminum because they were polluting our water. What do you guys think a data center is going to do if we give them, with Lyon Township, the easement through our property to drain off there? If there's ever a fire, all that contaminants, who's going to pay when it contaminates our entire ecosystem in this township? Right now, Lyon Township is the largest growing township last year. Do you think we're all want to sell if you want this data center? Or do you want Lyon Township to grow respectively, not through forcefulness of Wallbridge and lawsuits? Because I will contribute to the law fund to fight them, because I don't want this data center.
Hi there. My name is Susan. I am a resident on Thistle Lane and a Dolson mom. In fact, we're Dolson walkers, so that tells you how close we are, that we're not even on the bus route. My sunburn that you can see here is fresh from field day at Dolson, so I love participating in the school activities. We had a really great party on the playground a couple weeks ago, and it breaks my heart that this development going in is going to take away from those core memories for those kids. I think even more about the day-to-day for those children growing up. What does recess look like? If you ask any kid, my son included, I wish he would say math or history when I ask him what his favorite time of the day at school is, but it's always recess. And quite frankly, those kids need it. That's the time that they get some level of peace. It's the time that they're encouraged to move their bodies in a healthy way. It's the safety net for the teachers, for the kids to get their wiggles out, right? And we've seen it be abolished across the country in other areas where data centers have been built close to schools. It's not okay. Our kids are up against enough when it comes to mental health, anxiety. We do not need to put low and high decibels into the equation. Please rethink this. There are generations of kids who your actions are going to impact. Please protect our children.
Folks, just let you know if you want to speak now or anyone inside, but please don't go past the banner guard back there. If we can just keep the line to that lane so we don't get into the hallway. Thank you.
First time ever that being tardy got something ahead of class. I handed each one of you, my name's Paul Lavoie, still live on Travis Road, but I don't know for how long. Been here 40 years. I handed you that piece of paper. I'm not the one who found it. It's the sound that's put out by data centers. They're calling it an infrasound. It's a low frequency sound below 20 hertz that bypasses the ear and is felt by the body as a pressure or vibration. People are getting sick, nauseated, and this is why, because the data center puts out this kind of stuff. 98 decibels, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, so I guess we can kiss the holidays goodbye, because nobody's going to want to come out to your house for the holiday because of it. People still don't want to live next to it or move next to it. And you shouldn't have laughed at a person, Carl. And you sure shouldn't have, back on May 11th, and it's online, give the choke sign to somebody who was talking. You know, we can always tell where your vote's already going to be. You know, it's a shame you're taking that position.
I have something. I'm going to address this right now because it's ridiculous.
No, my time. You wait your time. No, is it my time or your time?
I will apologize, but
yeah, apologize. You know, you're not apologizing to me. I'm not the one you did it to.
So,
you know, it's childish.
It happens. There's long
It
nights,
happens.
okay?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Shit happens.
Shit happens.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Gentlemen. Okay, this should not be built next to a school. Kids are going to concentrate. Teachers can't teach. Downtown don't want to speak up because they're afraid of retaliation, and they're down board. I've talked to a couple. They don't want to hear it. How are they going to conduct business or come out for have a drink or dinner and listen to a loud hum? So like people said, nobody's coming. Fire, we can't control it. Ohio's had 84 fires at 2 data centers, and they can't put them out. Like I said, at the bottom of the ocean, there's 2 ships that were scuttled because they had lithium fires and they couldn't be put out. So nobody wants to live near it, so I don't know why you want to even consider shoving it down our throats. You're not going to move next to it, your neighbors aren't going to, your family's not going to, and I bet your kids aren't going to stay here if they're going to have to. So reconsider, look in the damn mirror and say, no, hell no, I don't want to live next to it either. So don't shove it down our throats. Tell them to build it out in BFE, away from everybody. We don't want it.
Hi, my name is Diane Link. I live off of Kent Lake Road in New Hudson. And I think you've heard most of the points about why we are not in favor of this data center. And the more I hear, the more not in favor I become. Nothing has been said to make me think it's a good idea to have it here. I don't want to be subject to the noise, water, electricity issues, the decrease in my home value, which I've only been in for 2 years, and all the other stuff. A little bit on the noise. I have a condition called tinnitus, which I have a constant buzz in my ear. I would not wish that on anybody, and you're going to have everybody suffer from something similar to that, which is horrible. A huge concern I have, and I think I guess these people, are they from Walbridge or Verus or wherever they're from in the front rows, should know that a lot of us have no trust in anyone connected with Project Flux. First of all, there was no transparency at all at the beginning of the project. Folks who are much smarter than me had to work hard to get any information. We were told to put questions on the website. Not all of them have been answered. The project was given initial approval without any input from the community. And I'm shocked to know that Kensington wasn't even aware of it, and they would certainly be affected. So I'm not quite sure. If you thought it was a good idea, you would have had banners saying, "Yay, Project Flex is coming." Instead, it was shrouded in secrecy, and we still have to dig to get answers about what is going on. Again, it's already gone over that due diligence was not done. There was not a lot of investigation about what this would mean. Even the chair of Walbridge, John McCulta, who wrote an opinion in the Detroit News on May 29th about the wonders of data centers, did not say that he was connected with the one here in Lyon Township, although Lyon Township was mentioned. They mentioned there'll be jobs. Yeah, but once a data center is built, goodbye to the jobs. I guess I just want to say, don't be bullied by the threat of a lawsuit. We need to know the facts. If you had started giving us facts from the beginning before a decision was made, things would have been a lot different, but that's water under the bridge. And so here we are. We will all suffer, and I'm sure the people who are in charge of the project, they don't want a data center in their backyard, but yet nobody's listening to us who have a lot of valid concerns. Thank you for your time.
Hi there, my name is Robert. My family has property directly adjacent to the proposed data center. Its value will plummet to a fraction of what it is today. That's called a taking by the government. That's a real term. Another term for taking is called theft. So pardon my sarcasm, but maybe I'll come by tomorrow and pick up the check. Okay? Secondly, what's happening by this is, they're stealing from the middle class and they're transferring it to the billionaire class. And I find that reprehensible, immoral actually. So you got to ask yourself, what's AI used for? What's a data center used for? It's used to support AI. I'm a business owner. I use AI every single day. It works fine right now. We don't need any more data centers to do that. So what's the impetus to build 5,000 data centers in this country? There's 5,000 proposed, under construction, or existing right now. What's all that for? Well, I'll tell you what it's for. It's for the surveillance and police state that actually exceeds what's happening in China. At least China doesn't have the crime and they have high-speed trains. It's building a control grid to control you. It's designed to build central bank digital currency to control you. When they don't like what you do, they turn your income off. They turn your bank account off. They go in and take taxes from you. Your phone's loaded with digital AI already. You didn't ask for that. I didn't get permission for them to load AI onto my phone. I did not bring my phone here tonight because they're building a database of all of you people who are opposed to data centers, calling you terrorists. Kevin O'Leary, he's the biggest investor, Mr. Not So Wonderful from Shark Tank. He's the biggest investor in a 4,000-acre data center in Utah. He says that people who are opposed are foreign agents for China and need to be tracked through a forensic audit and punished. We've got a lot of Chinese agents out here. They track every conversation. They track every keystroke, every web search, every friend you have, your car location, flock cameras, all your expenses. They know everything about you. This is what a control grid does. This is what we're building here. They're picking military targets in Iran and Gaza. AI blew up a Chinese school, or not a Chinese school, an Iranian school. It picked that target in the early days of the Iran war. Palantir, Peter Thiel, these guys are evil. That's the billionaire class. Additionally, all these data centers are a bubble. They're a Ponzi scheme. There's money involved here. Private equity is borrowing trillions of dollars at 8 to 9% interest. Shouldn't that be setting off alarm bells? I'm shocked by that. There's so much leverage, the entire system will collapse. And what are we going to be left holding? So my final thought is, many intelligent people today, they know more and more about less and less until they know everything about nothing. Smart people ask questions. Smart people connect the dots. Doesn't matter how intelligent you are. I'm hoping there's a lot of smart people on the Planning Commission tonight. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Larry. We're here tonight to express a deep concern about the actions and approach taken by Veris and Wallbridge in their pursuit of Project Flex. Our opposition is not based on rumor, emotion, or misunderstanding. It's based on facts presented, that behavior displayed, and unmistakable message from residents. This project is not wanted here. At a previous meeting, the CEO of Veris claimed the company wants to be good neighbors, but the conduct that followed tells a very different story. Good neighbors do not begin with a relationship with threats. Good neighbors do not attempt to pressure or intimidate the township board. Good neighbors certainly do not try to force an industrial project on a community that has repeatedly and consistently voiced its objections. Our community expects transparency, respect, and a genuine willingness to listen, not corporate posturing or attempts to override legal governance. We stand firmly behind the board's responsibility to protect the character, safety, and long-term well-being of Lyon Township. And we stand ready to support you in resisting any effort to undermine that responsibility. I also want to express my deepest disappointment that a company like Wallbridge, which maintains an office right here in New Hudson, would ever consider bringing a project of this scale and risk into Lyon Township. At last Monday's meeting, Township Board meeting, A resident highlighted something every taxpayer should be paying attention to. The Lyon Township DDA, which Walbridge is part of, stands to gain $62.5 million from Project Flex, while the township itself would receive $8.1 million. That imbalance speaks volumes about who benefits and who does not. And let's be honest, Walbridge office sits directly next to the proposed Project Flex site. If this project's approved and built, it's hard not to imagine Walbridge turning around and selling that property to Veris for a very generous sum, and far more than any homeowner in Lyon Township could ever expect to receive. That possibility raises serious questions about conflict of interest, financial incentives, and who's being asked to shoulder the long-term impacts. Project Flex is not compatible with the values, vision, or priorities of the township. We urge the board to continue standing strong, to uphold the will of the residents, and to make it clear that Lyon Township cannot be bullied or brought into submission. We are united, we are engaged, and we will remain active participants in this process. Thank you for your continued service, your commitment to representing the people of the community we call home. And one last thing I ask, if anybody's here from Walbridge, to stop the robocalls. I get 2 robocalls a night, and if I answer it, they want me to speak on behalf of Project Flex. They picked the wrong person to call. Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura, and I'm a South Lyon resident, and I had to add my voice to the voice of the other folks here. And I'm so proud of this community and the response and folks that have shown up for this issue. I've never been prouder to be a part of this community. I'm going to use a mnemonic today, DELAY, delay. And I say delay not as a tactic, but as my D, which is due diligence, that the right decisions get made. Nobody here wants to see this ramrodded through hastily, and ramrod is an underused verb. That is the right verb in this case. My E for delay is the environmental impact. You've already heard tons on that. Noise, air, water, kids, wildlife. My own personal concern is noise, and I thank the person who gave you the handout that went into that even further. L in delay is for litigation threat. I got this glossy mailer, and on the mailer, which is really the only information that I've received in my hands, it says better partner. Well, I gotta say, partner, there must be a different definition for the word partner than what I've learned or than what I know, because litigation threat is not what a partner does when a community is trying to do its due diligence and to make sure that the right decisions get made. I find that very ironic. A for Anthropic and Veris and Walbridge, the entities that most benefit from this, and where speed is absolutely critical. I mean, the name of the game here with AI is speed, haste, get it done fast. They're trying to win this competitive game. But that could leave us, the local residents, eating the consequences of what happens and assuming the long-term risk. I, for one, am not willing to do that. People will want to leave or they'll be stuck here. People like me, who I'm actually a very good community member, I'm that one that picks up trash every day in my neighborhood. People like me, I'll leave. I will leave if this goes through. And that is not a happy aftermath for anybody in this room. The why in delay is you and the Planning Commission, and how much we're counting on you to make the right decisions. And I'm making eye contact with each one of you because I want you to know how important this is, as if you didn't already know. Look at the people here. We implore you to make the right decisions in terms of ordinances, planning, and whether or not this goes forward at all. Please, we implore you, make the right decisions here.
Hi, my name is Albert. We have 2 business locations in New Hudson. We've been here almost 18 years. Excuse me. When I found out what Veris and Walbridge threatened the township, I couldn't believe that. It doesn't make any sense. Americans are to give in to threats? No way. one of the tech bros, like Musk, Zuckerberg, and so forth, is Sam Altman. He's OpenAI's CEO. His statement some years ago was, AI will most likely lead to the end of the world, but in the meantime, there will be great companies creating serious machine learning. In other words, they're going to make trillions of dollars. That's AI. Many others went into surveillance and so forth. Absolutely true. The senator was perfect. Half of my presentation here is the senator, so I won't repeat that. Last year, 2025, AI data centers in the USA used 264 billion gallons of water. The drought is hitting 63% of the USA. That's on June 6, 2026, Yahoo News. You can look it up. And about the last thing I'm going to say, not to waste everybody's time, do we trust the tech bros, these drug addict, insane people, with the future of our children? I have 2 children who are grown up and 5 grandchildren. I wouldn't let them watch my cat for an hour. And you guys want to return over our futures to them? I know you're good people. Please do your jobs. Thank you.
Hello, Mike Schreiber again. I'm your closest neighbor to the problem. My wife Sandra's here. She was going to talk, but she was afraid she might get even more emotional than me. Surprises, but mainly we came tonight, we thought you were going to originally talk about the spec building that you're also going to put, see where those people are standing back there? Put a spec building right there to my house. Great. And now I heard the guy today. When I moved to New Hudson 22 years ago, that's great. Look at all these utilities are underground. We don't have stuff, all these problems. Now you're going to put utility lines right there where the exit sign is, right next to my property and all the noise that it makes. I'm just learning something new every day. And yes, we probably will put our house up for sale. I don't think it'll sell. And I don't know who in this room I can come to and say, you owe me reparations. I hate that word. But somebody owes me. You, like somebody just said, you are taking away money from me. And I don't get it. So please don't put this through. And certainly don't, this noise thing, don't bend over and let them push that down your throat. Thank you. Thank you.
My name is John Valenzuela. I live at Arbors of Lyon subdivision here in Lyon Township, New Hudson. So I had prepared something to say, but after listening to everybody, I'm just going to freewheel it here. So you've heard over the past months thousands of reasons to deny this development. They range from ordinance violations to ethical reasons, moral reasons. We've heard of theft. You've heard environmental reasons. You've even heard stories of dystopian futures, which you should not discount, by the way. So, but you need something to act on. You need something concrete, some reason to deny this. And I believe that the violation of ordinances and not satisfying those are the most direct path. And there's a few that are very easy for you to use. The first is the stormwater drainage and easements. They were denied the easement. It's done. It's over. Denial on that grounds. We can move on. And when I say move on, I mean it's really over. Like every time they get to resubmit, the taxpayers are paying for the consultants to review again. That's got to stop. We don't have the responsibility to infinitely fund a company reapplying every single time something needs to be tweaked. You can just deny it on that. You can deny it on the grounds of the noise. They never put diesel generators in the noise study. Done. It's in the site plan. They are not quantifying this. It's over. Denied on that grounds. I think you guys have some really concrete, straightforward paths to denial. And you know what, even if you say to yourselves, yeah, those are risks, but maybe they can mitigate them. Look, you have to deny it based on some quantified stuff. You have the information, but it's really a moral issue. There's people their lives are going to be destroyed. And I know you can't say that in your denial, this will destroy people's lives, but you can say, hey, they didn't satisfy this ordinance or that ordinance, and in your heart, you will know that you are really helping people and saving their futures. I'd like to end with one word that is really pertinent here, and that is repentance. This whole thing started because you guys misapplied the permitted land use understanding of computer center. But you can repent of that sin, and you can make this right. And that's all I have.
Hi, I'm Judy Roscoe, 38 years, Lyon Township, living in Milford Road, okay? My husband has worked in electronics his whole life. You have no idea how bad this is. It will contaminate our water supply, we will have rolling blackouts, and DTE is going to triple our bills because of it. And do not deny it. I have suffered through cancer twice. My husband is a Vietnam veteran. He suffers from Agent Orange damage. The chemicals, the pulsing that's coming out of that thing causes both, okay? You have no idea the lives you're going to ruin, really. And we are old. I'm a farmer. I grew up on a farm. You're going to contaminate our water and kill our crops. Our animals are already dying. I'm taking care of a lot of orphan wild animals on my property. And on the skunk flooded up property that's caused by that drain behind me, okay, we take care of them because they have a right to live just as we do, okay? These children in that school should not be submitted to that, not at all. It's so bad. And there's a senior building just down the road, senior citizens that are fragile, okay? They're in the same state we are. I have walked my walk in this life, but I will fight for the young people that are to follow me. I have a son. We don't have grandchildren. We aren't blessed. But damn it, fight for the children too, and the younger people. Do not destroy your community with this insanity. These people don't care. That thing will be obsolete in 5 years. And they'll walk away from it, and it's trash. It's contaminated. 200 acres of trash. Do you know how many crops I could grow on 200 acres? Do you have any idea? It's ridiculous. You're hurting our community. Please, please rethink this. I don't care if they sue you. I will contribute to a lawsuit defense fund too. Please consider the people here. We the people. That's who you're supposed to represent, not we the companies. Thank you.
My name's Nadine, and I live in New Hudson, about a mile away from where this data center is going to go. Planning Commission members, please fight this with us, if for no other reason than to protect the children who depend on us to speak out and to act for their sakes. The negative health effects, the pollution, the impact to the environment have not been carefully and thoroughly studied. How could they be? These things are going up so quickly. Please stop this. This is not progress. This will not improve our lives. When you have such a strong community response, it's because we care so much. And nobody wants to be here. This is not easy for most of us to do. I mean, I'm shaking right now. It's not easy to speak. I don't want to be here. We don't gain anything from coming here. But we're in here because of the best reason possible. It's to protect our children. I have children. I don't want this for them. Let this be your fight, too, for the kids. Thank you.
Good evening, Frank Tartaglia. I'm a 30-year resident. I'm looking at this from a legal positioning. This commission, this planning commission, is obligated under Michigan law, zoning law, the authority and township zoning ordinances to ensure that any approval is supported by competent material and substantial evidence on the record demonstrating compliance with all applicable performance standards and approvals. Currently, none of that has been met. Some of the deficiencies are noise, vibration, and operational impacts, lighting and nighttime impacts, water consumption and water management systems, heat, rejection and thermal effects, electrical infrastructure and utility impacts, battery energy storage systems, stormwater and cumulative impacts. The legal significance of these gaps under Michigan planning and zoning standards, the local governing body, all y'all, must base its decision on the record that demonstrates compliance with ordinance requirements. Where critical technical analysis are missing or incomplete, the commission cannot reasonably conclude that performance standards have been met, public health, safety, and welfare are adequately protected, environmental and infrastructure has been sufficiently mitigated. Required action to maintain a defensible position. To ensure that the township's decision is legally supportable and based on the complete evidentiary record, the Planning Commission must require the following. 1, completion of all outstanding analysis. 2, independent technical review, third-party peer review. 3, deferral or denial based upon deadline compliance. Establishing a compliance period of 60 or 90 days is not unreasonable. If all of the studies and verifications are completed and demonstrated compliance is available, the commission may proceed with consideration of approval. If required information is not submitted within the established time frame or fails to demonstrate compliance with applicable ordinances, the commission should recommend denial. This board of Lyon Township, both the Planning Commission and the Township Board, does not have sufficient evidence to make a fully informed and defensible position. Walbridge and Veris must demonstrate compliance with all performance standards designed to protect health, safety, welfare, environmental resources, and the broader community before any approval can be made. At present, the record contains material gaps across core performance areas, preventing a legally supportable finding of compliance. Deferral and or completion of the record, evidentiary record, is the only prudent course to preserve procedural integrity and reduce exposure to claim of arbitrary, capricious, or unsupported decision making. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kelly Haynes. I'm a Lyon Township resident, about 2.5 miles from where the data center is set to be built. I do want to thank our Planning Commission members for your time and your service to the community. And like many of my community members, I am here to ask you to uphold the review process that you established for Project Flex. Last fall, you gave it conditional approval, and conditional was a good move. It showed that you were really taking this seriously. I mean, there is so much that we don't know. This is a really big deal. As many of my community members have shared, we're concerned about noise pollution and higher electricity bills, water and drainage, backup generator emissions, infrastructure costs, fires that could not only put our residents at risk, but our firefighters, risks of illness to our residents, impact on nearby school children, damage to the environment, and falling home values. The stakes are really big. And it's not just our livelihoods. A lot of people have talked about their forever homes and their investments in making this community what it is. It's our legacies. It's the legacies that we want to leave to our kids and that you all want to leave as well. You started strong in September by saying, yeah, Project Flex, you could build here if the conditions are met. We need to make sure that all of our bases are covered to ensure the health and well-being of the community. So how is Project Flex doing? A lot of folks before me have talked about this. I've heard the township's independent sound consultant found their noise study incomplete and requested additional info, and Project Flex said no, we're not going to provide it. The township's engineering review identified unresolved stormwater and drainage concerns. Project Flex isn't addressing these concerns. They're not going to do it. Utilities coordination, lighting, and other review areas also remain only partially addressed or still in dispute because Project Flex doesn't want to reach resolution anymore. They just want to build their data center. So much so that, as many people have talked about, they're threatening a lawsuit. And it's weird because at the township's meeting last week, it seemed like there were quite a few Project Flex folks in the first few rows of the room. And I kept thinking, like, you know, like, these are good people, right? They want to be good neighbors. They're gonna pop up and get up to that mic any second and reassure us that everything's gonna be shiny. We would never pollute your water. Here's the evidence. Your kids will still have outdoor recess. Your electric bills won't go up. Housing values are gonna be fine. DTE is never gonna ask you to turn off your AC because our facility needs power. Our lithium-ion batteries won't put your firefighters at risk. Here's all the evidence. We want you to know that we're here for you. We want to be good neighbors, and everything you're worried about is going to be fine. Spoiler alert, no one came to the mic. Maybe they will tonight, which would be great. I know they've submitted a site plan that they say is final, and if you don't agree to it, they're going to sue. Does it sound like they're really trying to take care of our community? It really doesn't. So I respectfully ask that you require full compliance, independent verification, and complete transparency before moving this project forward. Please stand up for what is best for our community. We will stand with you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Justin Robinson. I'm with the Detroit Regional Partnership. I'm the Chief Program Officer, and we're the Regional Economic Development Agency for Southeast Michigan. Our main job is to attract and retain investment and jobs across Southeast Michigan, across the 11-county region that we cover. And we evaluate sites and projects on a regular basis to help understand uses, compatibilities with communities, with ultimately an eye towards providing long-term sustainable jobs and economic impacts in our communities. And that is the basis on which I'm here this evening. We're not a developer, we're not paid to be here, but we're a steward for growth across Southeast Michigan. And we believe in the democratic process, and we love, honestly, hearing the feedback from residents and their concerns, because that's what this is about. That's what this process is about. In terms of this site, our team has evaluated it over many years for many projects, and we brought a lot of opportunities forward to the community over those years. This is one of the largest industrial sites in Oakland County and in Southeast Michigan. So it's a site that's often looked at for larger scale opportunities that present themselves. I think over the last few years, we've brought projects forward looking at solar manufacturing on the site, lithium battery manufacturing, transmission production, things that are looking at Southeast Michigan to create jobs. And in many of those cases, they also have impacts and trade-offs with the community. Project Flex, in our assessment, is actually lower impact than many of those traditional industrial projects. And clearly they need to conform to ordinances and safety and standards. That's the responsibility of the Planning Commission and the Township Board. But from our view, the impacts are actually much less across a number of factors. Truck traffic and passenger traffic, which is something we hear frequently from communities as a major concern, is drastically lower at a project of this nature versus a manufacturing operation where you're going to see high volume of employees at the site or a lot of goods and services coming in out from the site. Noise pollution as well in many industrial areas. This is actually below the decibel level that we find in many of the projects that come forward to Southeast Michigan. And the impacts to water, wastewater as well. This is much lower than previous uses that we have explored on this site and other locations, and is much lower than a traditional industrial project that would be looking at this site. My point being, there are positives, right, in trade-off for growth. The question is which trade-offs the community would like to make. So we support this project.
Let's talk about the democratic process. Allow him to speak. He's entitled to his time.
So we encourage.
Hey, I
the Planning Commission to look at the project. And we thank you for your time.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Really? How about a little respect, please?
I'm Justin. I'm here as a pilot of Oakland Southwest Airport.
Hold on. Hold on. Take a recess, please, guys. Come on. Really? Okay, go.
I'm here as a pilot of Oakland Southwest Airport in regards to Project Flex, specifically in regards to the proposed wildlife attractant that is Basin C. It's proposed to be built in an area which aircraft are in a critical phase of flight seconds before landing. The aircraft is low, slow, and at one of its most vulnerable points of flight. A bird strike with, say, a Canadian goose on short final that's drawn to Basin C, at that altitude could easily be a fatal crash, hopefully not to involve any of the cars on Milford Road. Luckily, there's a document, set of rules, called the Airport Approach Plan that protects us from threats exactly like this. Michigan Zoning Enabling Act, specifically MCL 125.3203, establishes clear requirements for airport-related land use. Any zoning ordinance adopted or revised after March 28, 2001 must incorporate any filed airport layout plan or airport approach plan approved by the Michigan Aeronautics Commission. This document was provided and put on file in August of 2018. It also stipulates that any zoning amendment or variance granted after that date may not increase inconsistencies with the MAC approved airport layout and approach plan. In this context, the township's conditional approvals of Basin C conflicts with the Michigan Aeronautics Commission approved airport approach plan, particularly regarding zones 1 and 2. Since MCL 125.3203 prohibits any variance that exacerbates inconsistencies with that AAP, the township approvals do not align with statutory requirements. There is an obligation for the township to adhere to the AAP approved by Michigan Aeronautics Commission, which contains clear prohibitions on issuing variants or approvals that increase conflicts with the AAP itself. In my opinion, based on this information, it's not only that the township shouldn't approve Project Flex, but they cannot, as they are bound by the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act, as well as the Airport Approach Plan, and have no choice but deny the current plan because of Basin C. In addition, all further approval of development of South Hill Business Park should also be halted until a time their development can address Basin C and fully comply with all aspects of the Zoning Enabling Act, especially as it applies to the Airport Approach Plan, as was required as part of their original conditional approval. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rachel Dolan. I've been a resident of Lyon Township for the last 9 years, and I apologize, bear with me. I was not intending to speak today, but I was here last week with, a plea for my young family and just concern over what our future will look like. My daughter will, in a couple years go to an elementary school that's slated to be very, very close to this data center. And while I don't know much about this data center, as I mentioned last week, the first time I heard about this was when I got a mailer in my mailbox, which was just a month ago. Kind of blindsided by the whole thing. But I do work in alternative energy vehicles, and I do know quite a bit about battery technology. And people have mentioned all kinds of issues with having a data center in our area, especially this close to a residential area, this close to a planned neighborhood development, this close to an elementary school. It really concerns me that we have a huge track record in the news in the US over just the last year of fires at data centers. And these data centers all have batteries. From Planet Detroit, I was just looking this up in January of this year, from the data center plan, the data center's primary backup power for outages of less than 4 hours would come from a zero-emission battery energy storage system. So they're using it at least for that. That is the plan, right? So there will be significant stationary power sources powered by batteries that we are at huge risk if these go wrong, if there are manufacturing issues, if something happens, if we run into thermal runaway of these batteries, the entire area could have huge negative impacts and repercussions. So this is just from a publication put out by FEMA and the U.S. Fire Administration in July of last year. This is related to batteries, also electric vehicle batteries as well, which is more my area of expertise. But given the dynamic nature of battery technology and EV manufacturing, at present there are substantial gaps in the science that is available to inform safe and effective approaches for identifying, locating, confining, and extinguishing EV fires resulting from manufacturing issues, crashes, or other incidents. Currently, there is limited credible response for guidance available for local fire departments, emergency medical services, providers, law enforcement agencies. This is not a good plan to have in this area. In Lyon Township, we are trying to bring in people. There are so many neighborhoods under construction. So not only will we have reduced home values, increased electricity bills, concerns over the environmental quality of where we all chose to live, planning to be kind of out in the country, away from everything a little bit more, we have real actual safety concerns when it's put in an area where so many people are going to live. So I just ask that you consider the repercussions of all of these things when you actually go through approving or rejecting this proposal.
Hello, my name is Cecil George. I spoke at last week's board meeting. I'm running for state senate in this district. And I want to really look at all of you guys because you are the one who gave it the conditional approval. I have a question. Did you do research about all the bad dealings that these data centers have done? Did you think about oversight when you thought about this? Because when they come in, they promise a lot of things. Oh, we'll only use 500,000 gallons of water in a day. And then they use 10 times that amount or more. They say, oh, we won't pull on the electrical grid that hard. And then rates go up higher. And in the state of Michigan, DTE is already raising our rates to cover this because they know what's coming. So I really want to look at you guys and say, I'm not here to let anyone be bullied. And I refuse to let you guys let us get bullied. So I will be putting oversight on data centers and forcing them to be transparent with everything that they're doing. Because conditions means nothing if there is no oversight. Because they do what they want. Throughout this country, they have been doing whatever they want. But I'm not here to speak. My son actually is, because I'm here to fight for him too. So I'm gonna let him speak because he's talking about the things that he's learning about it in school.
Hello, my name is Dominic Deneau, and I did a research project on AI data centers for my science class. I'm in 8th grade, I'm 14 years old, so I'm going on to high school, and during my time doing this research, I'm not very accustomed to like AI data centers because they're partially new, as I've learned. There's more cons to them as there is pros, because they're not really benefiting people's pockets, they're only benefiting the people that build them's pockets. I kind of worded it wrong, but they're destroying people's lives, hurting environments, ecosystems, not just the people's, the animals as well. They're using tons of energy, which humans, as we know, need that to survive. And I just want to say people shouldn't have to beg for your guys' approval to get rid of this. We should have already had this like gone already. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm great with these things. All right, I'm going to take a little bit different approach. My name is Trevor Johnson. I live about a mile down the road. This will directly affect me and my family. We will likely move if this goes through. So we're going to play a little role play here. And I'm going to be your best friend, and I'm going to be the one trying to implore you not to make a soul-crushing, irreversible mistake. Hey, buddy, I need to talk to you about this relationship you've gotten yourself into before you walk down that aisle and make the biggest mistake of your life. It may cost us our friendship, and I may have to move away if this goes sideways, but you need to hear this. I know you think she's good for you, but she's giving off red flags all over the place. Trust me here. She's high maintenance. She's incredibly expensive, and yet she sticks you with the bill every time. Money is already tight, and she will continue to put a strain on your bank account while offering you pretty much nothing in return. She's loud. She is incredible. I mean, sorry, since she takes over any room she's ever been in. She's constant noise. Even when we watch a game together, I swear she vacuums the entire time. Constant annoying noise. Even when she sleeps, she snores all night, 24/7, no regard for anyone. Oddly enough, she's afraid of the dark, so she keeps the lights on all the time. That's insane, right? I can't even go further into that one. She hates your mother. That's Mother Earth. Your mom is the best, and you only get one of those, and she shows her no respect. She litters all the time. She just throws her trash everywhere with no regard for anyone. And she's a chimney. She smokes everywhere, all the time, just filling the air with hot, toxic chemicals. She clearly despises children. Whenever she is around kids, which will be all the time because this is a family-friendly area, and their school is close by, she is nasty to them. Her constant noise and constant smoking with children just a short distance away, trying to learn and grow, is disrespectful and unthinkable. And I know looks aren't everything, but she's not really attractive. She tries to post pictures on social media showing her beauty, but those are so unbelievably filtered and airbrushed, she's a hot mess behind all that makeup. And finally, she's incredibly socially awkward. She keeps saying how everyone loves her and how she's a good person and a good neighbor, but she threatens you with a lawsuit every time you ask her to be cool with any reasonable standard you have for her. She doesn't respect your ordinances. In fact, she avoids them altogether and just does whatever she wants. Good people aren't good because they tell you they're good. They show you they're good, and they certainly don't threaten to sue you when they don't get their way. So please, God, don't marry this woman. I know it seems like another one won't come along to fill that void or that acreage off Milford Road, but someone will, someone better will, because literally no one is worse than her. Okay? So in short, you're too good for her. She's a walking red flag. She doesn't deserve you. Let her go ruin someone else's life. If you want me to do it for you, I'll be happy to. Look, Walbridge, Varus, I'm sorry, but it's over. You're unreasonable and unbearable to be around. No one likes you. It's not me, it's you.
Wow, I can't really follow that. My name is Jeff Barker. First name is Geoff. Last name is Barker, Barker. I've lived in New Hudson since 2006. Very proud to be in this area. I guess there's just been a wealth of information tonight and through all the meetings. You know, I worked in business development and sales my working career. And the one thing that has stood out to me was there were stipulations that were required by the township to this company and what was needed to be provided, to be considered, to have a decision, to make a decision, and that hasn't been provided. You know, in my areas of work, that would be disqualifying. They would just say, well, sorry, you didn't get the information together and didn't submit it on time, so have a nice day. Why we keep entertaining this is really beyond me. I mean, I don't know if anybody's picked up on this, but this idea doesn't seem to be popular with the citizens. I mean, it just, you know, not really popular. I think that's disqualifying, and I think that they need to move from this conditional approval to a hard decision of decline. Just end all this. I'm sure that for all of you up there, the amount of information you're sorting through and going through, probably much greater than you ever in your wildest nightmare ever thought you would have to go through during this whole process. So please, I think you should issue a firm and hard final no on the data center or Project Flex or whatever you want to call it. The other thing I was just going to mention was with Mr. Town, you know, the comments and some of the behavior and demeanor at the meetings, I find very off-putting. I understand you feel that you're being humorous, you know, the eye rolls. I mean, the hand gesture that was mentioned tonight, that's the most blatant, but I've seen a lot of it, and I find that interesting because ultimately you're here to represent the citizens of the township and to
or have them approach and then them be greeted with kind of a really dismissive kind of smirk or, eye roll, it's just off-putting. And I don't really think that should be something. Go ahead and laugh. I mean, I know you find it humorous, either that or you have some kind of Tourette's syndrome of some sort. But it's really off-putting and disqualifying.
It's okay that it mock me, right?
Why not? You mock everybody else.
No, I don't.
You don't?
I come to every meeting and I do my job.
Minimally.
Not at all.
You're here with your eyes open.
Not at all.
That's about it.
So,
Yeah.
it's your little.
Feel free to resign.
Taking that accomplishment, take it back. Anything else?
Yeah. Have a nice night.
My name is Erica Schott. I live on Lee Road about, Mike spoke. He was 300 yards from the data center, and I'm his neighbor. Good neighbors don't demand trust. They earn it. Throughout this process, Walbridge and Veris have stated that they want to be good neighbors and valued members of our community. If unresolved concerns remain regarding noise, infrastructure, water usage, or other conditions of approval, the appropriate response is to continue working with the township and residents to address those concerns. Pressuring local officials and threatening litigation to approve a project before community concerns have been fully addressed undermines the trust that the developers say they are trying to build. Furthermore, the possibility of litigation should not influence the township's decision-making process. The Planning Commission and Township Board have a duty to determine whether all approval conditions have been met based on facts, studies, and applicable ordinances. If conditions remain unresolved, approving a project simply because a developer has an imposed deadline would undermine the integrity of the township's review process. Communities across Michigan are slowing down to study long-term impacts of hyperscale data centers. I applaud Lyon Township for applying the same level of caution. When hundreds of residents continue to ask questions and significant concerns remain under discussion, the appropriate response is transparency and diligence, not rushing to final approval. There's also an aspect of this project that seems to receive very little attention. It's the proximity to nearby elementary schools. We have heard extensive discussion about noise studies, tonal noise, and operational impacts on residents, yet very little discussion about the students and teachers who spend hours outside during recess, physical education classes, and school activities. If noise remains one of the unresolved issues before this board, then we should ensure that any analysis adequately considers the experience of those children and educators as well. I also have concerns regarding site activity that appears to be occurring near the Project Flex property. According to the May 11, 2026 CES letter, no grading of the Project Flex site will be permitted until specified conditions are met, including approval of Detention Basin C as built, completion of pre-construction requirements, and receipt of all required permits, fees, and bonds. Myself, as well as other residents on Lee Road and Coyote Court, have observed grading activities occurring regularly in the vicinity of the Flex site, as well as parcels 3 and 4. I'm not in a position to determine whether that work is occurring on Project Flex property, South Hill Business Park property, or both. However, if residents are confused about work being performed and where, that indicates a greater need for transparency and communication. Before final approval is granted, I believe the township should clearly explain what work has been authorized, what permits have been issued, and whether all applicable conditions are being followed.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mike Casey. I live on Coyote Court. I am a DDA board member, but I'm here speaking purely as a resident. If Mike Schreiber is the closest resident, I would be the second closest resident to the development. However, I'm not here to speak for or against the data center. Right now, I just want to state some of the things that we've talked about. I think you guys have already heard most of it. And I do appreciate that most of you have been extraordinarily respectful. I know you're here as volunteers. Most of you are not paid, and you're making eye contact with everybody, and I sincerely appreciate that you guys are taking this seriously and offering serious consideration. With that in mind, up to this point, there has been no compliant noise study that has been submitted, which is required by ordinance. Many of other people have spoken more intelligently about these matters than I am, so I'm giving you my Cliff Notes version of some of those things. The applicant's own submission contains unresolved data inconsistencies that KNS states may indicate an existing ordinance violation. One thing I mentioned in the board meeting last week, the Code of Ordinances contains 2 separate and independent noise frameworks applicable to the site. The applicant addressed only Chapter 48, Article 20, Chapter 18, Article 3, Sections 18-35, prohibits equipment operation producing clearly audible sound beyond the property line on properties adjacent to residential areas during evenings, weekends, and holidays. Section 1836 sets independent maximum permissible sound levels at the residential property line. Neither section has been analyzed by the applicant in any submission on record. Additionally, the current owners, I'm not positive who was conducting the work. I know that the South Hill Business Park West LLC was most recently cited and ticketed for violating those same noise ordinances. So there is precedence there. As a resident, I'm one of many who have submitted multiple complaints against that property for conducting work outside of business hours. Additionally, I do want to mention, I know you have on the agenda for tonight the draft ordinance. Just a couple of additional considerations I'd like to make a comment on, specifically the large land use standards, the mandatory sound and light buffering standards for any large land use directly abutting residential properties. The ordinance today contains very little specifics around what those buffering requirements are. I would request that both sound and light are included in that. Additionally, referencing my previous statement, a civil fine structure that is calibrated for the scale of the applicant with mandatory escalation schedule for repeat violations. Flat fines that are applied uniformly regardless of the applicant's size provide no deterrent at large scale. For reference, if they were violating that same ordinance every single day, every day of the year, the total is $73,000, which is hardly a consideration for large corporations. The last thing I just want to leave you with, I realize I'm over time. I just want to read 2 things. This company, we define users broadly. Users are our customers, policymakers, ants, and anyone impacted by the technology we build, our actions that we take, our cultivative generosity and kindness in all interaction with each other, with our users, and with the world at large. Going above and beyond for each other, our customers, and all people who are affected by our technology are meeting expectations. And the high trust, low ego organization, we communicate kindly and directly, assuming good intentions, even in disagreement. We are thoughtful about our actions, avoiding harm and repairing relationships when needed. Everyone contributes regardless of their role. If something urgently needs to be done, the right person to do it is probably you. That is Anthropic's mission statement, who is the host of this data center, and many of the things that have been demonstrated from the lawsuits and the threats are directly in conflict with their mission statement. Thank you guys very much for your time.
Hi everybody, Mark Spencer, Lyon Township resident, just neighbor of South Lyon. Thank you for speaking here tonight, South Lyon. Appreciate the neighbor support. Thank you, everybody sitting here tonight. In this room, in those rooms out there, in the parking lots, thank you. Keep it up. This is awesome. You also did an amazing thing tonight, the board, and you stuck to our rules of law as written in today's ordinances. Thank you. Keep that up as well. To the representative for Walbridge and Veris who spoke tonight, just a brief comment on the subjectivity of your comments. Please go talk to Celine. Please go talk to the residents of Celine and find out how much they care about these data centers coming in and affecting Southeast Metro Detroit. Please go talk to Dewejic, also a good neighbor of Lyon Township. Ask them how they're suing their data center partner of Microsoft, and that's affecting the noise. Take a look. Look at the news. Pay attention. Please. Continuing on, great lines by Casey with respect to Anthropic. Anthropic also made a comment just a couple days ago, a lead from Anthropic, the customer for this tragic project that's trying to come and take over our town. Anthropic is saying it could be a marketing ploy, but just hear me out for a second. They're already stating that we need to pause AI before it eliminates the need for humans. Before it eliminates the need for human interaction to affect AI. Anthropic, the customer for this data center project, is saying we should pause. Wow. 2 days ago. Check it out. Stick to our rules. They're working. Our rules messed up and got us into this predicament a little bit, and our rules are going to get us out of it. The new rules that Brian is helping to draft, thank you, Brian. Wow, Brian, thank you so much. They're going to be even better. Thank you. Stick to it. We got this, all right? Thank you.
My name is Gary Forg. I live in the Reflections condos right across the street from the Coyote Golf Course. If I was a better golfer, I could probably hit my driver to the clubhouse from my front porch. So that's how close we are. I'm an engineer too, and I've heard all of the references to all the studies, and I think that's absolutely fantastic. And I think you guys have more than enough things to go on. But I want to talk about, I'm going to switch gears like I'm an accountant, which I'm really not. But first of all, I want to tell you that I ran into a lady at the post office, not literally, of course, but we were in the parking lot, and she might have had a data shirt t-shirt. I don't know. There was something that brought my attention to the fact that she was anti-data center. And at that point, it was long ago that there was, did this go off? No. Okay. It was long ago that it was probably when there were 30 people who were active in it. That's how long ago it was. And I listened to her and I talked to her and I said, well, it's a closed system. It's this, it's that. It's all the things that I was wrong about. And we had a very civil conversation. And at the end of it, I thought, maybe I'm wrong. And it looks like we're in the thousands now of people who are outside of that original 30. And that's how it's grown. And I think it's great that that kind of movement happens in the process, because that is the process. So now here's I want to put my accounting hat on, which I don't have one. But we talked about taxes, and we talked about incremental taxes that the community is going to get. But nobody's talked about the taxes that are going to go away because people move, property values go down. And I'll tell you what, if this goes through and I still live here and my property values go down and I get my first tax bill that says my assessed value has not changed, I'm going to appeal that, and I'm going to help everybody in my neighborhood, and I'll walk door to door handing everybody the form and everybody the process, and I'll say, we have a big leg to stand on here, because our property values have gone down, I don't know, 20%, 20%, just pick a number. And our tax base should go down too. And has anybody thought about the net effect of the taxes? They're going to pay, $1. Let's say $1. You might lose $2 on all of the residents, because there's a lot of leverage there. We got a lot more property than they're getting on their discounted tax rate. So that's something that needs to be considered. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie. I'm a Lyon Township resident, and I know the application received conditional site plan approval from this commission back in September, but since that time, 3 rounds of final site submissions have been made, and the township's own consultants have now developed a substantial record of unresolved findings. And I know you've heard it, but I want to just make sure that we're clear on it. The township's independent acoustic consultant, K&S, reviewed the April submission and recommended rejection flat out. Their 7 findings were not addressed at all in the May 27th resubmission, and several residents have noted that the sound study that they performed in that submission wasn't even accurate. They didn't use the right variables, and it's still not correct to this day. And that rejection remains the latest record on the sound. The township's fire consultant has required a full-scale fire testing and additional documentation that still remains incomplete. The township engineer has indicated that the site plan can't be approved until FAA is cleared, And these findings from professionals all work for Lyon Township in one way or another, and they're all unresolved. I brought up many points last week at the board meeting, but one additional concern was that the 6 equipment yards were conditionally approved in September and classified as accessory structures. If you read the ordinance, though, it contains an enumerated list of permitted industrial accessory structures, and the battery storage units, the water tanks, and the power distribution equipment is not on that list. So if that classification is incorrect, per Article 33, they have to be enclosed in a building. And if that is the case, then the fire safety for outside BESS and inside BESS is extremely different. So that really should be looked at. On a procedural note, I think it's been mentioned, but the applicant's May 27th submission that demanded to be on tonight's agenda under threat of litigation arrived 11 days before tonight. Lyon Township rules require an application to be submitted 28 days prior to being placed on an agenda to allow McKenna, CES, and our third-party consultants time to review. I am acknowledging and appreciating that the Planning Commission did not cave to that request and is following the rules as set forth with this township. And I want to reiterate that we are not asking the commission to choose our side. We're just asking that no approval be issued until your own consultants have reviewed the latest submission, all investigations have been complete, and additionally, all portal questions to be answered, because it's been 5 months and a number of the portal questions have not been addressed. There are some points on there that have conflicting information and some points that are not, like the answer doesn't match the question, and then just some are just not there. So, but again, on the threat of litigation, just remember that requiring an applicant to complete the proceedings that your ordinance mandates is not exclusionary zoning. That's local government doing its job, and that's all we ask for you to do. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name's Rachel Gedevich. I'm a South Lyon resident. I didn't plan on speaking tonight, but I have the same concerns as everyone else. I'm concerned about the water, the wildlife, the children, the elementary school. And I know you've heard a lot tonight. You've heard from everyone all the reasons why this shouldn't happen. And I feel like if they want to be good neighbors, they would understand, no, nobody here wants this. They wouldn't throw around lawsuits, threatening. What are they going to do if there's, like, they'll just threaten lawsuits. What else are they going to do? So I hope you do the right thing. I hope that this doesn't happen.
More comments? 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you everyone for your comments tonight, for showing up. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. All right, thank you. I know that. Thank you for your cooperation. We're back in session. Am I off? Are we good? Okay. We're back in session now. Thank you. All right. In order to save time tonight, I agree. Are you guys?
Can we have your attention, please? We're going to start our meeting.
Are you good? Can you hear? Hello?
They're not on.
Check.
Testing,
Everybody's talking, so it's kind of.
Okay.
Testing, yeah, it's
All right, thank you. In order to save time tonight, the DDA director submitted a written report for the Planning Commission regarding DDA activities. So Amy won't be speaking tonight. You can contact her if you have any questions regarding the DDA. All right, next on the agenda, public hearing. This is going to be for AP 2608B. Mr. Gahendra, did I get that right? Did I pronounce it? Okay, all right. The owner of the property at 25060 Milford Road, special land use. And let's do site plan review at the same time. All right.
Yes.
Okay. Brian, you start us off.
I will, thank you. So everybody's aware of the process. All three of our public hearings tonight are regarding special land uses. So as the chairman said, we'll run through the special land use criteria as it applies to a particular plan. We will run through the site plan review comments related to that plan. So typically myself and Leslie will go through and do a report. The applicant will come up, do a presentation or discuss the project, and then any questions from the Planning Commission, they can ask those. Otherwise, the chair will turn it over to public comment. So we'll put the 3 minutes back up on the board, and we'll go through any questions or comments that the public might have. We'll close that public hearing, and the Planning Commission will then discuss, ask any additional follow-up questions, and if it's appropriate, make a determination. So that's the typical standard order of operations for a special land use, and we'll continue that tonight. So with that out of the way, the application this evening is the establishment of a Vedic Center in an existing R10 zoned property. This is 10 acres on the east side of Milford Road, just north of 10 Mile. I'm sorry, a little bit north of 10 Mile, just north of Appaloosa Lane. So for those of you that can see the map up on the board, we're about halfway between 10 and 11 Mile on the east side of Milford Road. There's an existing home on the property. There's a large pole barn, about 3,200 square feet. And it is zoned R10, so that's our agricultural residential district. Residential uses are permitted uses. Religious uses are listed as a special land use, which is why the request can be considered or must be considered if a property owner requests so. We do have a set of site plans. We'll walk through compliance questions or open items here in a second. We also have architectural plans that are part of this package as well. The renovations to the existing facility, actually, Planning Commission, I'm going to start with the site plan review so we can walk through what is being proposed to change. The only infrastructure that is proposed to change as far as the site plan goes is the addition of a parking lot, about a 40 by 80 foot parking lot 40 by 60 foot parking lot, and a required detention or retention as is deemed appropriate. As I understand, Leslie has some comments on the stormwater management of the project. The use of the building itself we'll talk about in a little bit, but in terms of applicable standards for religious institutions or religious uses in R10, we do not have concern with the location of the barn. It meets our requirements for religious uses in an R10 district. There are no changes that are proposed at this time to mechanical equipment for the facility, but my site plan review letter notes that because there's such substantial distance between the existing barn and the southern property line, it would be most appropriate to put those mechanicals on the south side of the barn. There is not a lighting plan that is included. There's not a landscape plan included. And I do have some questions about the vehicular and pedestrian circulation on the property. The existing driveway is proposed to be used to reach to the back of this parking lot on the east side of the building. We are not quite at that phase or at that stage of review, but I would want fire to comment on the adequacy of that driveway and servicing this barn when it's time to act on the site plan. So I also noted in my review letter that for non-residential uses, there's a requirement of the ordinance to install the pathway along the road frontage, so that would have to be added to the plan. So there are a few outstanding items on the site plan related to this proposal. In terms of the use itself, we have our 9 standards for review and approval of a special land use. Just going to run through them quickly. In terms of compatibility with adjacent uses, one of the things that I know that we would like some clarification on, there is hours of operation that are associated with the application. Scheduled services are noted to be 10 to noon and 6:30 to 8:30 on weekdays, and on weekends 10:30 to 7 p.m. So I encourage the Planning Commission to talk with the applicant about those hours of operation and understand the extent of the use during those times, because the neighbors are residential uses. In terms of the master plan and zoning ordinance compliance, I wanted to note that one of the tenets of our master plan for our low density residential districts is ensuring that we have adequate and convenient proximity to schools, places of worship, government facilities. This is a small religious use. We have another instance of a small religious use just down the road on Milford Road. Several properties south of here, and so there are examples of religious uses in residential districts operating without impact on adjacent properties. In terms of public services, Oakland County Health Division will ultimately tell us where a septic field needs to go for the use, where a new well would have to go to serve water to the barn. So we would defer to those. Defer to Oakland County Health Division on those standards. The 4th standard is impact on traffic. We do not require a traffic impact study associated with religious uses, especially one this small. I just noted that the capacity for the project is 10 parking spaces in the back. And since we know that religious institutions are not typically high turnover uses like a drive-through or a retail shop, we wouldn't anticipate requiring a traffic impact study for this use. In terms of detrimental effects, typically we consider things like processes or chemicals or other operational details associated with the use. Really the only question maybe outstanding in terms of detrimental effects would be relating to sound associated with the services. typical traffic on site is not likely to generate any impacts, but I guess we would ask for some clarification on whether services are internal to the building or external to the building. Item number 6 is isolation of uses. That is a standard that does not apply to this project. Item number 7 is basis on need. There is not a, we're not aware of any quantitative data supporting the need for this particular use in the area. The narrative for the application notes that this is a center that is proposed to relocate from Farmington. And in this vicinity, it would serve 50 to 60 families in total. Item number 8 is economic well-being of the community. We don't necessarily have concerns about a detrimental impact on economic well-being, as long as the Planning Commission and the Township Board are satisfied with any screening or any operational details that would come with this use. Finally, number 9, compatibility with the natural environment. Other than the expansion of parking, there wouldn't be any impact on the environment beyond what's already on site. I said just parking, but we will have the pathway on there, so there will be some increase to impervious surfaces, but in my opinion, nothing substantial that would cause a concern in terms of natural resource use. So you do have both of our special land use and our site plan letters. I do not think that it's appropriate to take action on the site plan as of yet, because there are some outstanding items that need to be clarified. I believe that the use, with the information that we have, does achieve the 9 standards of special land use review, and so I do think that it would be appropriate to recommend a special land use to the Township Board for this use, contingent on all of the site plan issues being clarified. If the site plan can comply with the ordinance or does comply with the ordinance, that would complete the special land use if it were to move forward to approval. So one item that I forgot to clarify, if I can step back to the very, very beginning. The Planning Commission's role here in terms of holding the public hearing, the Planning Commission is making a recommendation to the Township Board. So no matter if the action that they take is approval or denial, that recommendation goes to the Township Board at another meeting. The Township Board will make the final determination. So this evening is just a recommendation to the Township Board. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Questions for Brian?
I'm going to hold up the public hearing.
One question, Brian. I have, there was 10 parking spaces?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it says on here the center serves 50 to 60 families in total. Do you see that as an issue?
I think it's something that you should clarify with the applicant. In our pre-application meetings, we understood that this is not intended to be used by all those families all at one time. These are smaller groups of individuals gathering on site at any time, but we should ask the applicant to clarify that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mike, I have the same issue, because right in the letter it states it can consistently serving 50 to 60 families at any given time.
Right.
So how can 10 parking spaces?
Yeah.
And I have a lot of questions and concerns, but overflow parking, you can't get a fire truck down there. Do they have to sprinkle the building? I have a big list of things that I want to talk about. So,
right. Thanks, Pam.
But I also want to hear presentation and yes.
See, yes.
Thank you. I'm Leslie Zawada. I'm the Township's engineering consultant, and I review these projects in comparison with the Township's ordinance for design and construction standards and their utilities ordinance. Our review letters are dated June 3rd in your packet, and I wanted to let the Planning Commission know when we drafted our letter, I did not have a copy of the site plan application. It is in your packet, so our letters reference that, but that is a completed item, so I wanted to note that first. So our site plan review letter The items of concern or items to note is that per Brian's point, the Oakland County Health Division will need to review the adequacy of the existing septic field. It would likely require an expansion for this increased use, but it's up to them. It's their jurisdiction. There is not public water or sewer available to the site. The proposed asphalt parking area is shown along with a small stormwater retention basin. Runoff and basin sizing calculations have not been provided, but would be needed to evaluate the basin size, so that's a critical item for engineering. And they also will be required to do on-site in situ infiltration testing. If the site can infiltrate, they're required to by township ordinance and county ordinance. So that's our site plan review comments. And then regarding the special land use, we note that should the Planning Commission recommend approval, the additional activities will be under the jurisdiction of Oakland County Health Division for the septic evaluation.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions for Leslie?
Not this time.
Okay, thank you. Matt, you have anything to add?
Nothing at this time.
Okay. Applicant, come on up to the podium. Give us your name, address.
My name is Harshvardhan Gajendra.
Did you have a presentation or anything?
They will help me. I'm poor in English.
Okay.
They will help me.
Okay.
So Mr. Harshvardhan has been providing like spiritual services to families that have been mentioned, which is currently in Farmington. It is based on appointments, so he kind of gets appointments. Not all 50 families are served at once. So the timing that has been provided is when he kind of schedules with the folks that are interested in those services, and they come based on appointment basis.
Okay, all right. Anything else to add from what we heard so far?
No, he's been there for the last 3 years. I think the main reason here is a lot of those families are around the space, not specifically Leon, and for him it is about the cost to reduce because he's got the property here, he want to operate from there.
Did you contact any of the families nearby about this?
No.
All right, questions for the applicant?
Well, I was gonna wait, but since you're up there, let's start off with, you've got so many 50 or 60 families, by appointment only. Why you counsel them? Do you feed them?
No.
Is that what the large kitchen and preparation area is for?
No, I'm the only one person to attend, do the servicing to family. So at a time, I'm planning to give appointment to only 5 families. Only 5 families I can concentrate.
I think
I don't, yeah.
Kitchen,
no, we don't feed.
No, there is no. He doesn't feed those who are kind of providing.
And why it's such a large kitchen and preparation area?
No, we did not.
No, there's
for worshipping only we need to offer.
Yeah, I think it's only for worshipping, so there's no kitchen.
Only for who?
Only warm-up kitchen. That is only warm-up kitchen.
Oh.
Yeah, not large kitchen. Only warm-up kitchen. That is.
So how do you bring the food in then?
Every food there's no cooking there. He's just going to kind of bring in warm if needed. I mean,
I know, but so how do you bring that food in to warm it up? Is it delivered by Gordon Food? Do they bring in their own food? Are you going to need a health card?
No, actually, it'll be like home cooked food only. Home cooked food only.
And fruits.
It's kind of fruits and something to offer, right? It's not like a feast or anything. It's just kind of offering small offerings.
But you are serving food.
Yeah.
So the health department would have to know that you're serving food.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Then we'll have to. I think
apply for.
Sorry.
A health card.
Okay. So if you're serving food as a health department,
I would believe. Brian, right? If you know.
I don't know if they're required to have one for bringing food in like that. Don't.
That's all for right now, till the public hearing. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol. Any other questions?
I do. I have. Yes, I do. in reviewing your application and the documents that you provided, what do you consider, what is a service?
So he provides like the basic Hindu religious services. So if you have any different events like a child is born or any other kind of, there's kind of 16 different services, religious services that are provided based on the need basis for individual families. So like, naming a kid or providing marriage counseling or, different kind of religious activities specific to an individual family.
We do have home occupations in our township, and usually it's one person in, one person out. I really have a concern with the letter that says 50 to 60 families, and that's a big sticking point. And what are you planning on doing in the outdoors? Is this going to be all indoors, or is there any outdoor activities? That's
no, only indoor activities only, not outdoor.
Only indoor.
Yeah, only indoor activities, not
okay.
outdoor.
So
activities.
okay, and you're saying what is your maximum people at one time?
Maximum 10 to 20 people.
10 to 15 people?
Yeah.
Is that what you said? Okay. And then, so my other concerns are, which I already mentioned, was like overflow or parking, a fire lane, one way in, one way out. Fire trucks might not be able to turn around in there. Do we have to sprinkle the building? I don't know, because of the capacity. There's just so many unanswered, and I was concerned a little bit about the drainage, and all the hours. That would be like having something every single weekend there, plus all during the week. So that's the, and then I wanted to know about the sound in the outdoors. And then, Brian, I just have a question. I know they're supposed to have a sidewalk, but what happens if they really go over these 50 to 60? Would they ever have to put in a turn lane? I mean, I just, that's what I'm concerned about, because that's not what the letter says. The letter says 50 to 60 families at any given time. How can we only use 10 parking spots? That just doesn't seem, that doesn't add up to me. So those are my comments.
Mr. Chair? Yeah, I want to back up a little bit. So, kind of what my colleague was talking about. I read warm-up, prep, kitchen. And I also read there's no dumpster enclosure. We'll handle it with residential trash cans. Well, that breeds varmints. That breeds animals. I mean, I'm concerned about that, number one. Okay.
Engineer will answer that one.
Well, okay. Well, he'll have his opportunity. So I'm concerned about that. And between CES, which does our infrastructure, drainage, different things, no landscaping permit. I mean, we're a long way from even considering this right now. There's a lot that has to be done before, in my opinion, I'm speaking for me, before you come back and make this thing whole. So those are a couple of my major concerns. And I got to believe, I don't know much about ceremonies and religion, but there must be some celebrations at times. And as some of my colleagues have already pointed out, you're right in a residential area. So hours of operation need to be considered. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chuck.
I'm just going to piggyback on the hours, or not the hours, but the celebrations. I have a number of people or friends that are of the culture and very family-oriented culture. And I love that. I think it's great. I just find it hard to believe that when someone's going to have ceremonies like naming a baby or whatever, that you're only going to have 10 people. When you're that family oriented, a lot of the immediate families are close to 10, 5 to 10 people, 2 sections of family, much less extending it out. So that would be my biggest concern, is the amount of people at the facility and whether the 10 parking spaces is enough, as well as the dumpster enclosure, the food, all that stuff, just kind of combined with that.
But we do services only. The celebration they will do in hall, like outside hall. We do only religious part only we do in the center. So celebration thing they will do in a separate hall. We don't celebrate anything there. So there is only religious activities.
How big is your current facility?
It's 1,400 square feet, 13.
And have you had more than 10 or 15 people there at any given time?
People will come and go. Yes.
I understand, just curiosity. You know, I'm trying to compare to your current business model when you're going to bring the business here. That's all. That's it.
No. Okay, good, thank you. Have a seat. We'll have the you will open up a public hearing for this, if anyone would like to come up. Questions, comments?
Hi, my name is Shannon Jones. I live adjacent to this property. I do want to point out that in the fall when they purchased the property, there were tents put up in the back and a podium with a loudspeaker. So what they're proposing to you guys is very, very untrue. It was very loud. It was not something that is pleasant to hear during in a residential zoning area. I do think that they deserve a place for worship, but I don't believe it should be on the 10 acres that it's right there. They're going to need more room. There's just not enough room there. And I have way more concerns, so I just printed them all out, and I just give you guys that because it'll run way over 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, I can. Thank you.
Where do you live in reference to this? Are you south
I'm,
South or north?
I'm south. I'm like on Appaloosa, on the very end on the right. I'm south.
Okay.
Yeah.
My name's Ken McDonald. I live in Hidden Timbers. Won't give you the actual address, but Hidden Timbers, right across the road from this proposed site. I'm a long-time UK resident, but newly sworn in US citizen, and part of that part of the reasoning for becoming a citizen is the First Amendment, free speech. Everybody gets their chance. Second Amendment, enough said about that one already. The Fourth, the Fifth, the 17th, the 18th, the 27th Amendment, all of the amendments. One of the big ones is religious freedom. And I understand that our new neighbours look to enforce their freedom of religion. I wholeheartedly encourage that. What I do want to caution, and I am encouraged by your questioning thus far, that the number of people that would be attending, the actual use of kitchens and food preparation doesn't quite add up. The religious aspect, 1000%, they should be allowed to do this, but under what circumstances? Another point I'd like to bring up is Mr. Casey said that there wasn't going to be a review of the road for the road commission. I think there should. The residents in our neighbourhood have already asked, due to the increased traffic because of surfacing on Curry Road and Chubb Road, there has been a massive increase in traffic since I came to the area 6 years ago. And because of that, and because of a potential new data centre, enough said, we won't discuss that anymore, the library, traffic on the road has increased tremendously. Our residents requested a change in speed limit. We also requested a no passing zone, and all those were rejected. Hopefully those will come up again. I would highly recommend that we do have a look at the traffic situation, especially given that 50 to 60 families, is it families or people?
Said families.
Families, okay. How many is in a family? I'm not quite sure, but that's certainly a lot more than 50 to 60. I'd like to see that a full review, an engineering site, being an engineer myself, I'd like to see a full review of drainage, all the road conditions, sidewalks, and even though I am for freedom of religion, I'm not a religious person myself. I'm spiritual, very spiritual, but not religious. but I don't want to be paying for somebody else's religion. So if it ends up on a tax revenue because of a road change or sidewalks or anything of that nature, I'll certainly be reviewing my taxes. And as one gentleman said previously, I'll encourage all my neighbours to do so too. Thank you so much. Thank you.
My name is Fred Shepard. I live at 56901 Appaloosa Lane, which is right next door to this property. About a year ago, I moved here. I found my piece of the pie, so to speak, my retirement home. Had I known that this was possibly going to go in where it is now, I would have never moved here, because I moved out of Farmington to get away from the traffic, the people, the noise, the congestion, and I see that this is possibly going to bring that right back to my front door. I lived about a mile from their center in Farmington. Their parking lot was quite large. They only have part of it, they only use part of it, but they fill it. It's not 50 to 60 cars, they fill it. And I've seen that on more than one occasion, okay? That's what I'm worried about, is the noise, the traffic, the people. I didn't spend a lot of money to buy the property I bought with acreage. I want it to be nice and quiet and cool, because I'm gonna retire in about a year. Right now I work from home. Am I gonna be able to do that with noise? Probably not, okay? As Shannon stated last year, they had an event. I don't know what it was. I didn't really care. I was trying to be a good neighbor, but it was loud and it was all day long. And I thought, what's going on here? But I'm a good neighbor. I didn't call the police. I was going to. I thought, no, just, it's one day, no big deal. If this is gonna go on 7 days a week, or something like this could happen 7 days a week, that's crazy. That's crazy. I don't think this is the right spot for this. There's a lot of larger spots of land with nothing around them. They could do that, and that would be great. But right there, I have a neighbor across the street. He was here. He had to leave because the data center, which I'm opposed to, that just got too long and he couldn't stay. My wife was here. She's getting ready for work right now, so she couldn't come back. I do have a letter from her. I'll give each of you. And I think it's a good thing that they're doing, but they're doing it in the wrong spot. And I don't really want to. I'll move. I'll put it plain and simple. If that goes in and what I see happens, I'll put my house up for sale. And I really don't want to do that. It's been a year and I'm still moving. I still have things in Farmington that I'm moving here. I don't want to have to do that again. This is a beautiful area. I'm going to hand these out though.
Okay, thank you.
If you only have a
Hello.
couple, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, Stephanie, live in Lyon Township. I'll just be direct. I have nothing against the center and or any religious institution operating. I just had questions on this procedure. First, I know Leslie brought it up, but just trying to be consistent, right? There's a 28-day rule on applications, and their application was received today, but yet they're on the agenda. It just seems off, like it should have been tabled to next month. The other question on the occupant load, I echo what Patty brought up, but also on the fire report, in the corner, I believe it was Bruce put that it is the anticipated occupant load is 416 people on his report. So when I looked at that with 20 people on Brian's report, that's a very big difference. And I would tend to agree that traffic and septic for 20 people and septic for 416 people is a very different discussion, right? So just trying to have clarity on what the limit would be. I know sometimes fire can put larger limits, but if that's what it's coded to, right? It just didn't seem clear on the application. So I guess just that's it. I don't raise any objections officially to this application, but I did notice that Leslie said the special land use was tied in with getting the feedback on the septic, that she would recommend that that be tied in with that approval. So it just seems to me that we shouldn't be recommending special land use until that's answered. Just, again, on procedural terms. So.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bob Q. I'm 56900 Appaloosa Lane, and they are my new neighbors to the north. I met them last year, and they seem very nice. They talked about a nature center and everything, but I wasn't sure what was going to happen. So I just want to make sure that the township makes sure all the requirements are made first before they make a decision on any kind of a building. Do they meet all the sound requirements? Do they meet all the environmental conditions, building requirements, the road usage? And just make good neighbors. It's freedom of religion, but we also have to be good neighbors and diligent. So just make sure their plan is set and it meets all the requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you. All right, back to the commission. Carl? You have anything to add?
Yeah, you know, people came up that lived around there are exactly right. We need to make sure that this is signed, sealed, and delivered before we approve anything. There's a lot of voids, the health department, the sanitarian for the size of the septic, where you're gonna put it, the engineering reports, the food handling, how many cars are gonna be there. We had testimony from somebody that lived in Farmington and how many people that you had there, and I went by that site as well. And it's a big parking lot in that strip mall. You had all the parking you needed. So I think it all has to be buttoned up before we can make a final decision on it. So I would like to table it. I don't like tabling too much, but I like to table this before, give you a chance on coming back and making sure that we know exactly what's gonna go on there. I'd actually like to hear your testimony and, you know, even in writing if you have to, and so we can understand it. Okay? That's all I have to say.
Thanks, Carl. Leslie?
No, I'm sorry. I was going to comment on the application, but looking in the packet, it is dated today. So I think there was a partial completed application that hadn't been completed, and then they finalized it and it was posted today.
So the point of clarification on there is the special land use application was received many months ago, right around the time when we lost Catherine. And so we ended up having some scheduling issues and things like that. But the original special land use application was submitted several months ago. And so that's the one that's tied to the public hearing, so we can get comments on the use. This is a situation where we know that the applicant didn't want to make a bunch of progress on the site plan until we had comments back on the use itself, which is why the site plan application was lagging behind the special land use application.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks for that.
John, nothing else at this point?
I'm good.
Nothing more.
Okay, applicant. You did mention, whoever can come up, that it's all indoors, yet there's a woman talking about tent outside, and is that speakers? What was that about? Is that a common occurrence? Or would it be a common occurrence?
Yeah, I think that was when he bought the land, and I think he had kind of an initial groundbreaking ceremony where he had a lot of people to celebrate that.
Okay. You had something to add?
No, I just, same thing. I just wanted to explain that.
Give us your name if you would.
My name is Mark Mahajan. I'm the civil engineer for project.
Okay.
Whenever in Hindu religion, when we buy some property or something, there is a puja ceremony, we call it, and invite friends and stuff. That's what it was. And there was a priest came from India, very high scale temple priest came. That's why so many people came there to see him and worship with him.
25 people.
Yeah, 25, 30 people.
Is this someplace weddings would take place?
No wedding. This facility actually, he's the priest, and there is a house there in the front where he's going to live, and only on occasional basis he's going to get appointments for the people to conduct small ceremonies for their families. That's what his intention is. He also goes to the people's places where wedding is or something, ceremonies are out there. He goes and performs the ceremonies out there at their house. That is their his main function. Regarding the person who brought up a lot of parking issues, the temple, I think, is misunderstood. In Farmington, there is a Hanuman temple, which has a lot of parking and a lot of congregation. Where he performs, he has in the strip mall 1,500 square foot small suite, and that's where he is operating on a small scale. The majority of the time he goes out into people's houses and performs the ceremony. That's the clarification of congregation. 50, 60 families, what he explained, that it is total number of local families showed up. Bless you.
Bless you.
50, 60 families, it's on his book list, whom he served. It is not total number of people come at a given time or anything. In Hindu religion, when the temple is opening time, people can come anytime and go during that time. It is not people come at a given time for at the same time.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for the applicant. So, why are you leaving Farmington, or are you going to run 2 locations?
No, just now I'm living in Farmington. I will move to Milford if I get permission. So I will move to Milford.
So you're currently living in Farmington?
Yeah.
All right. So let's assume you get what you want here. What happens in Farmington? Do you still run that one, or does that one close down, or?
Yeah, it will close.
Okay. So you wouldn't have 2 buildings. You wouldn't. Okay. That was my question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Also clarifying, he's renting that place in a strip mall. So this will be his own house plus the small temple.
I'm staying in apartment.
Yeah. Right now he's staying in an apartment, on the rental apartment.
Brian, for exterior.
Wait, can I ask a question?
Oh, sure.
I thought you just said you moved to the house there, but now you just said he's in an apartment? I'm just trying to.
He moved from the apartment.
Oh, you moved from an apartment
Yeah.
to the house?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I
was just checking.
apartment. It's apartment named Chatham Mills. So
Okay.
I'm living in apartment. So if I get permission, I will move to the.
Oh, he doesn't live here.
Right. I
Okay.
thought he said.
All right,
He said he lived there.
I know he did, so I'm just checking, trying to get on my facts. Okay, thanks. Thanks for answering my
Brian, are there limitations on the exterior, what they can put in the yard as far as religious freedom? I know height-wise there's issues, but statues, anything like that, is that something that's?
If they're not for a commercial use, which is what I'd consider this a quasi-commercial. Anything that's shown on the site plan is what could go on there. So if there's going to be art or things like that on site, they would be shown on the site plan. So we would request that locations for any statuary or anything like that go on the site plan.
How big is the parking lot in the church? There's a church across the street, isn't there?
There is, the one that I referred to in my letter is the Christadelphians, which is right down the street.
Looks like there's at least
If I had to guess, maybe 35, 30, something like that.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Sure. On which?
On, well, I guess it would be AP-26-08B. Do I need two motions?
Yes, yes.
All right, so I'll start with that one. I'll make a motion that AP-26-08B be tabled based on the information provided or lack thereof with numerous things that need to be brought back to us before we can make a decision. Based on the information from McKenna and CES.
Yes. The June 3rd letter? Okay.
Correct.
Support.
Okay. We have a motion and support. Any comments?
Well, it should be based on the 9 criteria for special land use.
That's fine.
So that it doesn't fill the void there.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, a motion to table is just a motion to table. There's no additional discussion, and it moves on to
Very good.
whenever they're ready to come back.
Correct. Okay. Motion tabled. Any support? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
The other one?
Do you want to read?
Somebody else can make it.
Go for it, Carl.
Site plan wait until new business.
I'm sorry?
Site plan wait until new business.
I would do them at the right now
So-
while we're talking about that project.
You want me to do the clarification?
Let's continue. Yeah.
Sorry.
Good clarification.
That's all right.
Don't
Special,
confuse it slightly.
let's see, site plan. Yeah, there we go. All right, then I'll also make a motion that AP-26-0A be tabled based on the information that still needs to be provided for us to make the decision based on letters from CES, and McKenna.
Support.
We have motion and support. All those in favor of table?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so come back, get everything
Just-
together, and what, they'll set up a meeting with you.
We can.
Brian,
Sure. Mm-hmm.
And we'll see you again.
Okay, thank
Good.
I would urge you to consider things that today your congregation is 40 to 50 families. But it's not like we can have you come back if your congregation grows. And my assumption is if you're doing a service to your community, that will grow at some point. So the fact of saying that there's never going to be more than 10 or 12 or 15 people, for me would be concerning, just because, hopefully you do your job well and you're a service to your community. And if you're growing, there's going to be 20, 30, 40 people potentially. And it is near residential, so we just have to consider the residents around you as well.
Thank you.
Mike, if I may, one last point for anybody interested in this particular topic. Because it's tabled, you will not receive another public hearing notice in the mail like you may have if you're one of the neighboring properties. It, of course, will still go on a public agenda when those are published. And we'll try, if you look at the agenda that you have, we have a section near the end of the agenda that says possible cases for the next Planning Commission agenda. Please try to pay attention to those because you won't be getting a notice. There won't be one in the paper moving forward. So you can also call Jenny, who is the Planning Department Coordinator, as many times as you possibly want. She will be happy to answer your questions, let you know if it's going to make it onto an agenda or not. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Brian. Thank you.
Next, AP 24-01B, SG Business Plaza LLC proposes 5 buildings totaling 57,777 square feet for restaurant or retail purposes, which are permitted uses in the B3 General District, Business District. Special land use, and we're going to also do the site plan review at the same time. McKenna.
Thank you, Mike. So yes, we have a letter dated June 3rd relating to the Grand River Retail Review, Site Plan Review, and Special Land Use Review. In this instance, I've combined them into one. We have gone through several iterations of the site plan for this project, so my outstanding comments are minor in this letter. In short, I feel that the plan is largely compliant with all of the site plan review requirements associated with retail, commercial, and drive-through use of the ordinance. Stepping back 1 second, we've got 11 acres zoned B3. Retail, commercial uses are permitted land uses in this zoning district as long as they're appropriately buffered. In this case, the buffers really apply to the Orchards of Lyon properties to the south. The reason that we're here for a special land use hearing is the drive-through component, and I will pop up the site plan here. So relating to this plan, there are five drive-throughs, 5 buildings, 1 drive-through per building. So there's a lot of circulation going on site. But the site plan outstanding items that I really have relating to the use are, one, there is a deficiency in the parking space requirements for commercial and restaurant uses. There's a shortfall of 27 spaces, and the mechanism to deal with that in the zoning ordinance is a planning commission waiver for parking spaces if you find that it is appropriate given the uses. So I'm going to punt that to the planning commission. However, I want to note that if you were to be comfortable with drive-through uses, typically a reduction in the number of parking spaces is appropriate because you're getting a lot more drive-through customers. They're not stopping, they're not parking. So I have no objection to the request for a parking waiver if the Planning Commission is on board with that. The other note that I want to highlight in terms of this project is the subject site at hand is the vacant lot across the street from Township Hall here. It is, in some instances, particularly at the east side of the site, it's significantly higher than the residences to the south. And on the west side of the property, it's still higher than the residences, but to a lesser extent. And I wanted to point out the lighting on the site because all of the lighting in the photometric plan and the height of the fixtures and the location of the fixtures are compliant with our zoning ordinance. But I always have a concern about elevated properties because in this instance with commercial uses elevated above some of the residential, if you're in the backyard, you're still going to be looking up at lights that are compliant with the ordinance, but could cause impact. So that's my one note there. I do think that everything that is on that plan is compliant in terms of lighting, but I will talk about that a bit more in terms of the use impacts. I also want to note associated with this project, in addition to the buildings, there has been a traffic impact study. Actually, several iterations of the study have been completed. As we understand it, the Road Commission has conceptually approved this design. It will result in a center turn lane along Grand River between the 2 driveways, including the approaches. So that would go in associated with this project. The design of the site plan does comply with all of our drive-through standards in 1902K of the ordinance. One of the things that we talked about a lot with the applicants is the buffer between the residences and this project. And the minimum distance of the zoning ordinance is a 60-foot separation between the property line and the drive-through lanes. There is approximately 75 feet. It does waver a little bit, but it's approximately 75 feet between the drive-through lanes and the property line. Then we have anywhere from 40 to about 60 feet are those homes on the opposite side. So in general, we're talking about more than 100 feet between the two in the elevation. There is a landscape buffer, a green belt buffer that complies with the ordinance along the southern property line and on that hill that's going to be on the southern side. So, with those notes on the site plan, I want to jump into the special land use criteria, and this is where I find some fault with the application. So in terms of compatibility with adjacent uses, this is a property that's been planned and zoned for commercial uses for quite some time. I feel like there are a lot of permitted uses in the zoning ordinance that are less intensive and would cause less impacts along that southern property line with Orchards of Lyon. And so I have a big concern in terms of overall compatibility. A lot of vehicle trips along the south side of those buildings that I have some concern with. Item number 2 is compatibility with the master plan, and we do have, again, this has always been planned and zoned for commercial uses of some intensity. In 24, we clarified that this strip should lean towards less intensive commercial uses. And so that is a change in the master plan, and it's something that we hope to see on site, recognizing that they have the ability to develop commercially on the property. We just want them to be less intensive. Item number 3 for public services, I'm going to defer to the township engineer on that. Item number 4 is the impact on traffic. I did note, or we already talked about the traffic impact study a bit. That's external to the site. Internal to the site, there's a lot going on. We've got 5 drive-throughs, and so there's a lot of movements that are either conflicting or even where they are complementary, like things like the graphic that I have in the review about ensuring some traffic flow goes in the similar direction once they leave a drive-through lane. There have been some improvements to the site to mitigate some of those concerns. I still think that there's a lot going on with 5 drive-throughs sharing the same general parking lot. Item number 5, detrimental impacts. Restaurant and retail uses, not necessarily a concern in terms of detrimental effects. I mentioned lighting already. I do think that there can be some sound associated with drive-throughs. So that exists under that umbrella for number 5. Item number 6 does not apply to this particular use. In terms of basis of need, this is item number 7, or review criteria number 7. I noted in this review that the information that has been provided, the needs assessment in your application packet, doesn't necessarily illustrate a market need in Lyon Township. Even though we anecdotally talk a lot with the Planning Commission about the need for restaurants, we are never, at least in my discussions, we're never really talking about we need more drive-through uses. Where we have talked about that is try to get them closer to the interchanges, right? And so that is, anecdotally and just location from a good planning perspective is get the traffic as close to the interchanges as we can, and we have other commercial centers that are well suited for those drive-through uses. Item number 8, economic well-being of the community. I just have a general comment here because I don't have a specific qualitative or quantitative study that says you're next to a drive-through, your property is going to be devalued. I do think that the proposed development, whatever it ends up being, needs to be designed in a way to make sure that we're not introducing negative impacts on the residents to the south. Item number 9 is compatibility with the natural environment. It's a vacant field right now. It was proposed for or planned for development at some point in time. I don't have any concerns with the development of this property in terms of natural environment because of the situation that it's in right now, how it exists as a vacant and undeveloped lot. So this is in summary, this is a situation almost the reverse of your last application where the site plan is complete. I believe that it complies, parking waiver aside, but I do have some pretty significant concerns on the use itself in terms of the drive-through. So that's where we're at today. Again, this is the same situation where your action on the special land use would be a recommendation to the township board. Any action that you take on the special land use, I'd recommend that you condition it on approval of the site plan and vice versa.
All right, very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you. Questions, Brian?
No, he hit every point.
I have a lot to say, but,
Wait till after the
yeah,
public hearing.
because I have a lot of concerns.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to reference our April 27th review letter in your packet. We combined the site plan review with special land use. We don't have a separate letter for the special land use. And this was our 5th site plan review. And to add to Brian's comments, part of the reason why we're at the 5th site plan review is we had numerous coordination meetings with the road commission, ourselves, and GHD, who is our traffic sub-consultant when traffic studies need to be reviewed. And there are a lot of concerns about the road improvements. And so that's why it took a while, essentially. So just going through the items in our review, the site will be served by public sanitary sewer and water main, and there are no concerns at this time with those utilities as shown on the plans. So these comments are mainly just for your information that each building, for example, will have their one lead, and each building will be required to have a grease interceptor if approved, since they're food service businesses, et cetera. Item number 4, the stormwater detention basin is shown on the site. Infiltration is not possible due to the subsurface soils, so it is a detention basin that would discharge at a calculated regulated rate, and it will connect to the Orchards of Lyon storm sewer. So the storm sewer in Orchards of Lyon was designed to accommodate the upstream land. It was designed to accommodate this land in particular, along with some other properties, and that was studied in 2013. The overland flood route also follows that path of paved roads through that subdivision because it's lower elevation than the proposed project elevation. So I wanted to mention that. And then I did discuss this with the township attorney, but there may need to be an agreement as far as maintenance between the two entities since there's discharge, and that's something that Matt will, I'm sure, look into as this project moves along, if it moves along. Road improvements that Brian mentioned, there is a proposed center left turn lane that will be constructed as part of this project, along with deceleration right turn tapers into the site as you head eastbound. And so that concludes our report. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Great, thank you. Questions? Not at this time?
Not yet.
All right. Matt, anything to add?
Nothing at this time.
Okay, applicant.
right. Just an insert. That's right. I've only got 25 slides. All right, how you guys doing? See you ready?
Name it.
Yes, I'm Mo Agvars. I am actually the commercial real estate broker, speaking on behalf of the applicants.
He wants you to move by the microphone, please.
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you, Ken.
So the applicants are good clients of mine. We've done a lot of real estate in Oakland County mostly, and actually even in Genesee, and have brought some like really hesitant property to, very successful, real estate where a lot of people have been able to use those properties now where they couldn't. They actually even own, I think, like a 9 or 10 unit apartment building in South Lyon. So, been in this community, been in the area for a long time. Many who actually live in the community as well. So this is something that they take upon themselves, have taken kind of personally to make sure this thing gets done right. Leslie knows, Brian, we've been at this for a few years now, just to make sure that it's done right, and we didn't want to just kind of bombard you guys with some crazy plan that, doesn't go anywhere. So the Grand River Retail here, kind of get right through it. So it is an 11-acre parcel. If all goes well, kind of target delivery, sometime later next year, 5 retail buildings, total building size, total square footage between the buildings, 57,000, almost 58,000 square feet. It is B3 zoning, so allows for a lot of these uses anyway. And then kind of the unit range. So you'll see kind of the larger size. The hope is to bring a smaller grocer. It's kind of like a boutique grocer. I'm not going to name names, but you guys can kind of guess some of those smaller grocers that, I think could go really well in the area, just kind of with the limitations of grocery. But for right now, this, it's kind of more leaning towards the, making sure that the drive-through is obviously the point of discussion here today. Some of the information, kind of an image of what's there now, what's been there for a long time. So obviously trying to update and upgrade that. But it's also 2026, and so there's a lot of limitations on some of these retailers and restaurants, and so that's why we're here today. So just some more imagery of what's there today. Obviously, everyone in this room is very familiar with it, but you can kind of see so just kind of want to point to the rooftops a little bit. Here, let's see if this laser works. Sweet. So the rooftops are a little bit lower, and so some may say, oh, that's that's terrible, and I'll kind of go through and show you kind of the site plan, how that works to kind of accommodate those, the rooftops being a little bit lower in this case. So hopefully we're hitting, the rooftops and not the windows, right? So with any potential light concerns and things of that nature, like Brian mentioned. So he's kind of just showing you kind of like the hill here. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to go into anybody's home and really take a real nice picture of what they see coming out of there, but kind of made some assessments based on what's going on from the outside. But you kind of see this hill, which has always been this way as far as we understand. So really you're looking mostly into this green space, and then obviously with some trees that are going to also be added to what's already there, some vegetation that'll really kind of spruce things up from that viewpoint, hopefully. So this is what's there right now, kind of just like from the street. So you can see the sidewalk, so just like you can see it's like from a window of a car. So kind of just to zoom in, this is kind of what you would see. So I'm going to kind of speed up a little bit here, but if we were to put, oh, I can't see it here now with this image a little bit. So if the building were to go here, you really won't actually see more than probably about the top 6 or 7 feet of the building. And so like we've even had conversation about the lights and whatnot, and 22 feet versus 20 feet, whichever. So these lights are really going to be less apparent than you would think just because of this angle here, right? And okay.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Come on.
So just another image. So again, kind of showing. So what I was just saying. So you kind of see that right here. This is kind of how so we actually had to go back to the architect and have a more detailed discussion on the fact that he just, they had houses all over here, and then they actually went back and took a look at it, realized really the rooftops from this angle, this is the tip of the rooftop, right? And so even for you to go and you'll see some like regular images, you can kind of see how that is in relation to the building. Look, nobody's trying to put retail or do anything crazy to kind of make everyone's life worse. It's just provide the retail, but take a lot of that into consideration and make it almost, as feasible as possible. So kind of some of the images of what the renderings of this project kind of from the front end, right? Really trying to accommodate the walkability as well. This is part of the DDA. So, it's trying to give it a little bit of downtown feel, hence why it's not 5 parcels of 2 acres each, like some of these other developments you'll see, trying to keep it all in one place, and hence a little bit of the parking kind of that we would kind of need to work on to allow for a lot of what we're trying to accomplish here to keep that feel. So kind of just more imagery. This kind of shows you where we're at in the, laser on the screen is not the best. Kind of that blue point there is basically on the site plan is where that image is taken from, right? And from that rendering view. So kind of just going in, you already kind of went through the site plan, Brian. So just, more about the site plan overall, so the drive-throughs, I'm just going to, I have to stay in front of the microphone? So kind of walk up and point. So if there's a way, I don't know, to kind of point this out a little bit. Oh, there we go. Nice. Okay. So something Brian had mentioned already, but obviously this became a concern really early. Brian had mentioned it, probably one of our first meetings, and it was like, hey, I don't care how many drive-throughs you have, we want to kind of mitigate, the traffic and make sure it's going in a certain direction. Most shopping centers you'll see, there's actually one on Haggard, I think it's got a couple of drive-throughs in one development, and it's a much smaller development, obviously. They have 0 turning, you can go whichever direction you want. Obviously here we've kind of gone above and beyond and make sure that they're turning in one direction to kind of control the flow into this right direction here, and you'll see it on all these drive-throughs. So while going through this, so here's actually kind of an image of building. This is grand over here, but building with the drive-through. It won't be a pole like this. Obviously, the light will be attached to the building at a height that actually the photometric, which we will show, won't actually even leak into. It's 0.00 is what that photometric survey shows. So like a lot of places will be 0.5 or whatever percent. It's to make sure that and that's without any actually tree isolation or anything like that. Obviously, there's some trees and vegetation there to also limit that, but just to kind of go above and beyond. And like I think Leslie had kind of mentioned, she didn't mention we went above and beyond, but we did go above and beyond even on the retention side. So the retention was concerned like, hey, we don't want to flood the neighbors, right? Even though a lot of that was considered in the original development when they built the residential. So we actually went above and beyond. Emil here can speak to that, of even offering an even larger detention pond to limit as much of the water as possible on the property, more than what it's being limited today. So just again, going back and forth over a few years, trying to get this thing right, because like I said, they actually do live in the township, and so they kind of know what everyone else is dealing with here. So here's an idea of what the lighting would look like in the rear of the property, right? So here's your drive-through lane, here is the passing lane, and here's the lights that you're actually going to see. So this is coming from the architect directly. These are the type of lights that you're going to get here. And so then you've got the vegetation. You've got, I think Brian mentioned, like 75 feet, and then kind of teeing off into where it would lower, the elevation would lower, and going into the neighbors' properties. So really, there's about in most instances about 150 feet actually from like the menu board on out to the actual window of a house there. So here's actually photometric kind of survey here. So it's kind of hard to see here, but you can kind of see, try to keep the pointer on here. So in the front, because there's obviously a parking lot, right? You have full blown, light. So you're in the green there. So you'll see it's 5.2, which is parking lot. That's the max on the photometric side. And then as you wean off, you get a little bit lighter and lighter, and to the point even onto Grand River, it actually gets up to just 0.2, right? On the back side, we're, again, very cognizant of that. So you've got the light here right up against the building, and it falls off dramatically to where this whole area here is all 0.00 FC. So you don't have any light, and this is without even considering the trees and all that also protect from that visibility to make sure that no light is leaking onto. I mean, we obviously we had this conversation, I think it's 2023, the first time, right? So it's not like we came in here just like, whatever, right? So it really took in that consideration. I mean, even like the idea of what temperature, like the 4000 K, right? Which nowadays is like, faint light in today's day and age with all the LED stuff. So we also, again, going above and beyond, kind of really taking everything in consideration, including the sound. We talked a lot about sound today. I actually have an AV background. That's what I used to do before I decided to get into real estate. So like decibels and whatnot, decibels fall off obviously over distances. And unlike kind of the hum of a very lower frequency that actually buzzes into your body, so when you get a subwoofer that hits you at a concert, right, you don't hear it, it just smacks you in the abs. So the idea here is obviously this is somebody talking to you. You're not hitting those types of frequencies. Most boards are at 65 dBs, and as it falls over, and like I said, it was about 150 feet to the homes, you've got about 35 dBs, which, at that right here, a quiet bedroom is level at 30 dBs, right? Residential night ambient 40. So the idea is that this is not really affecting, right, the from the sound perspective, it's not affecting the neighbors. Again, taking all that into consideration here. And then, of course, the time of day when these drive-thrus are even active. So a big thing that I know, somebody would say, hey, I'm putting a drive-thru behind your house. I'm thinking Taco Bell. And I'm like, God, 2 a.m., like, orders. No fast food restaurants are going here. The site won't allow for it. It's just, you don't have the radius. You don't have the stacking. You don't have anything. No fast food restaurant. We represent Wendy's on some of these properties. In no way would they ever go in this type of development. They need their own 2 acres. They need to be deep. They need to be set up a certain way. The whole property is like 300 foot deep. So it doesn't allow for that type of use. The use really that we're going for is Chipotle, Panda Express. A lot of these, where it's more of a pickup window, but unfortunately most towns, a drive-thru is a drive-thru. Pickup, not pickup. You have 2 windows, you have 1. So we have to, we kind of just went up for it all the way, just to kind of cover for that. So some of the research, that kind of what we were looking into when this discussion started is 70% of consumers prefer drive-thru or pickup over dine-in for fast food now. 45% on fast casual orders. Fast casual is that Chipotle, Panera Bread, a Panda Express. All those guys now are all requiring drive-thrus. Go ahead.
We'll give you some leeway since you waited so long.
I appreciate it.
But most applicants get 10 minutes.
I'm pretty much, this is the second last slide, I think, or third last slide. I'm almost done. It's just going into kind of, again, the users. So, who the users, potential users. I mean, even Big B Coffee in town has talked without having no idea who we were or what was going on, had kind of reached out and said, hey, we would love to have a drive-through. I mean, that's a huge limitation. We might not stay here if we can't get a drive-through in this town. So, you actually, from that angle, from when you look at it, I mean, Dairy Queen now, Tropical Smoothie, Kava's obviously coming into Michigan now. All these guys, if you don't, Domino's Pizza, actually, and I marked it here at Gaylord, Michigan, right on Main Street there, Domino's Pizza has a drive-thru, right? So like when you really look into it, almost every restaurant now wants a drive-thru. We have the most recent thing, actually a couple weeks ago, we got a call from a chicken salad chick. So it's kind of like a new and up-and-coming concept as well coming into Michigan. Drive-thru is an absolute requirement. It's a 2,800 square foot restaurant. Got to have a drive-through. We won't even look at it. So we're just trying to be realistic when it comes to those expectations. Right here on the side, kind of that Gaylord, was talking about this. So it's this property here. If you guys have been up there, you've seen it. This is a 2-acre site. It's got 2 drive-throughs on it. If we did a drive-through for every acre, we'd have 11 drive-throughs here, right? So on 11 acres, obviously that's not what we're looking for, but just trying to make sure that we're not going to build something that's not going to be able to get occupied, by a tenant, now or in the future. So it's funny because Firehouse Subs now is actually requiring drive-throughs as well. So they're in line here. They're wanting drive-throughs now is when they're calling on them. So just again, kind of when we started this whole discussion, right, December 2023, going through, the 11 acres, building coverage, we're at 12%. We didn't want to lay out one of these bad boys. You guys all know this property on Haggerty, right? Like this actually is 7 acres. So you would get 1.5 times this on 11 acres in another place, right? So the idea is to really keep it, where it's a nice, flowy, walkable, multiple buildings, and to be able to accomplish that with a very low amount of square footage, the drive-throughs are one of those things that do get a premium to allow for this type of development. So, and the biggest thing actually, so a discussion that's come up, you guys have mentioned it, but I don't think we talked about who's paying for this expansion of the road. The developers have committed to pay for the expansion of this road. So the expansion of this road, that'll help, obviously, circulation of even the neighborhood behind that is able to wrap around from both sides of this development. So, a road that eventually, whether we like it or not, is going to get more and more traffic over time, to come in right up front and say, you know what, I'm cutting the check for $1 million or whatever dollars, right? Very unlike the earlier conversations, right, that you guys were having, to just go ahead and expand the road, allow for the traffic to, after the traffic study that was accomplished, to allow all that to be kind of settled and handled by the developers. So that's pretty much, all we've got here, kind of just some of the demographic that, everyone in this room already knows about.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, I tried to fly through.
Good.
I thought I was going to talk at 6.
Thank you. Brian, how does this compare to the project that, kitty corner down from Grand River we were looking at by Zeal? What's that?
In terms of overall square footage?
Yes. You can have a seat.
What was the question?
You can have a seat.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't remember, Mike. Give me 1 sec. I'll get back to you.
Okay. Start with Matt. Did you have a comment?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Want to open up the hearing, or do you have comments?
No.
Okay, we're going to open up the public hearing. You'd come up. Name.
Well, you should let us talk.
You've been waiting all night for this. Name and address, please.
Before I speak, the gentleman tried to take liberties with taking pictures that make this seem like it's a lot less intrusive than it is. This is a picture I took from my bedroom window. There is no way that it's just the rooftops in my house that is poking up over this. My bedroom windows, my children's bedroom windows, will be directly, headlights will be going directly into this. So he's not being 100% accurate with the intrusiveness that these drive-throughs or people driving around these buildings will be. As you can see, and the hills are very high. There is no way that he can tell you that this is going to be less intrusive than he's given off. So before I gave my speeches, I just wanted to be able to show you that this is what the actual look from my bedroom window will be.
Got it. Okay.
So, you share that image. I'm so sorry. No, I can't take that picture. You're not getting a picture from my house.
All right, name and address.
Hi, my name is Brandon Mills, and I live at 57746 Cider Mill Drive, right across the street. I've always known that at some point that something would be developed behind my house, but this is not it. Okay, I respect their rights to this, but this is the livelihood and well-being and safety of my neighborhood will be directly impacted by these drive-throughs. All I have to do is show this letter by McKenna. McKenna has nothing in this review that says that this is a good idea. Quote, overall, while the proposed road designs and treatments should promote improved traffic flow, the scope of the development consists of multiple drive-throughs still creates a higher risk of vehicular conflict due to the higher frequency of customer turnover. As we've stated in this review letter, we have concerns about the plan's ability to be consistent with the protection of adjacent single-unit residential uses and a lack of demonstrated need at the location. The presence of drive-throughs adjacent to the residential neighborhoods may cause disruption through light and noise nuisance. Additionally, there's not a demonstrated need for drive-throughs in this area of the township. Therefore, the number of drive-throughs seems unnecessary at this location. But subject to new information, we do not find that drive-throughs are appropriate at this location. This is your Right, so I urge you to read these 4 pages. I don't have the time to go through the whole thing, but there's not one thing in this McKenna document that says this is a good idea. My child's playhouse, as you saw in that picture, is right at the bottom of that hill. The original plan asked for a masonry wall, and selfishly they decided they did not want to build it. Now, God forbid somebody has a medical problem, is drunk, or hits the gas instead of the pedal, they're coming crashing down that hill to where my children play. This is not safe for this neighborhood. I don't care if they build a doctor's office, I don't care, but these drive-thrus and that much traffic behind my house is not acceptable. What time do they do food deliveries during the evening? They do it at night, 2 to 4 p.m. That's when Gordon trucks will be hitting there, clanging and banging behind my house. When do trash cans get picked up? They get picked up before hours, right? I will be able to see those trash cans, and God forbid, what happens in the wintertime when all that vegetation falls off those trees? I'm going to see right through all that stuff. And without a masonry wall, all that trash that's going to be blowing down that steep hill into our neighborhood, are they going to come clean that up? Absolutely not. And he can talk all he wants, show all those lights. Oh, thank you for putting them on the side of the building. I'll applaud you for that. But that does not account for all of the headlight traffic that we're going to see. He could say it's just a whisper, but what about all the loud music of people with their windows down, driving there right on top of that hill? It's going to be right in my backyard. I will be forced to move because without a masonry wall, without any type of protection, with all that traffic, my little children, the neighborhood children, can climb up that hill and walk through those things, and God forbid one of them gets smoked by a car going too fast through that drive-through lane. This is not an appropriate development for this land. We have a South Line Wendy's that just shut down. We have the Draft Horse Brewery that's not been fulfilled. We have the Applebee's that is still sitting shut down. We have the McDonald's. What 5 restaurants do we need? And as McKenna states in their report, there is no identified tenants for these properties. You're going to have all these buildings, and how long until they get full? So you're going to risk my tax base, my property value, in the hopes that someday these might get filled. This is unacceptable. I apologize for being animated, but I'm very concerned about this. If this goes in, I will be forced to move. I don't want to leave this neighborhood. Contrary to the data center, you can deny the special use permit based on the fact that this letter shows that it does not go by the master plan and does not fit the criteria for the special use permit to be approved. I strongly urge you to cast a dissenting vote. I understand that it goes to the Board of Commissioners, but you have the ability to tell them that this is not a good idea for this community and for this parcel of land. I know I went over. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Good evening. My name is Alex Andonian. My wife and I live at 57730 Cider Mill Drive. That's the property that directly borders 58611 Grand River. So, like Brandon said, my concern is not with the commercial development itself. It's obvious that that'll be developed at some point in time. But the intensity of this proposal that includes 5 separate drive-thrus is what concerns me the most. As mentioned, you laid out quite nicely in your PowerPoint, our homes sit quite a bit lower than the site. I understand that the engineering review indicates the proposed detention system meets current requirements, but this project will add substantial amount of impervious surface immediately uphill from existing homes. Given the age of the Orchards of Lyons stormwater design and the changes of rainfall patterns we have experienced over the years, I respectfully ask that the township to ensure that the stormwater analysis fully reflects current conditions and provides clear protection against any increased drainage burden on all of our properties. I am also, like my fellow neighbor, concerned about the cumulative impacts of 5 drive-thrus with early morning traffic, late night traffic circulation, early morning food deliveries, and the noise associated with those deliveries, in addition to the constant noise from the traffic and the people in the area. Not to mention the lighting that shines through our bedroom windows at night and the overall compatibility with homes and the safety of our families and children. I respectfully ask the commission to carefully consider these issues and require appropriate buffering, drainage protection, and mitigation measures before approving this request. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maha Maddox. I live in Orchards of Lion, and I happen to see my house on the screen that you presented. I have lived in this community for going on 24 years. I remember Pat and the board coming and walking down our street and welcoming us to the neighborhood, and they said, if you guys ever need us, well, we need you now. The way the land is set up, you start off flat with the house on one corner and it goes all the way, builds up as you go along. And looking out my bedroom window, I can see the sheriff's office, whatever, their lights, they're on all night long. And if I look out my window, I have to close my drapes because that light is shining right into my bedroom window. First of all, you know, and do we really need 5 drive-throughs? I congratulate you first on your purchase. I'm so glad you did it. It looks like
Ma'am, please address the
I'm sorry.
commission.
I just wanted to congratulate you. But anyways, it's horrible out there. You've got mice, you've got this, you got that. We got the, I don't know if it's been addressed about there's the retention pond there. The drainage, where is that going to drain into our property line? Where's the drainage? Where, the lights where they're going to be? The drive-through. Have you ever, I don't know what kind of drive-throughs they're going to open, but let me tell you, what do drive-throughs attract? Teenagers, kids. We already have that problem in South Lyon with kids hanging out. Is it just going to be a drive-through, or are they going to be able to go inside the building? Is it completely, that's questions I have. The trash. We had a problem in the community where the trash company did not pick up for 3 weeks. Can you imagine what it's going to be up there on that with their businesses if the companies don't come, they don't pick up? That hill at my house, I have cut that hill for 24 years. I've taken the lawn and cut that hill. I only own 6 feet of that hill. What kind of screening are they going to do? Don't tell me trees. I don't want to hear about trees because I have enough raking to do and clean up in the fall. I'm hitting 70 years old. I'm not going to move. I shouldn't have to make that decision. You guys need to stand by us and say no to the drive-throughs. You know what? I don't mind a medical building drive-through, whatever. Are we going to have a dispensary drive-through? There's so much things that we do not know what's going on. The traffic is horrible. If there's a wreck on the highway, you know where it all comes? It goes Grand River, or they cut right through our streets to get across to go to Pontiac Trail or whatever. So you know what? I love this community. I love my neighbors. We are family-oriented neighbors. And Pat, you have been to many of our meetings when we first came. You were always there to support us. We went through bankruptcy with the builders. We have been through a lot. Our house, I can remember at one time the value of my house went down like $50,000 or more.
All right.
I'm done.
Well, that's good information, but let's keep it to this project.
Yeah, to the project. I'm just saying, with that building, I don't want my property to go down more. That's all it is. Please support us. Be there for the kids that sled on those hills and play on those hills and enjoy the community that we live in.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Heather Montalbano. I live at 57810 Cider Mill Drive, and this will be in my backyard if it goes through. I just want to be on record that I am strongly opposed to this use of this land. It was noted the drive-throughs are quiet and the decibel levels, but that has to be multiplied by 5 because we're going to have 5 of them back there. Also, the provisions for the lighting on the building, That's one thing, but there's nothing for headlights. I have a 2-story house, and what does everybody have on the 2nd story of their house? Their bedrooms. Our 3 bedrooms face that back lot. I have a feeling those extra lights are going to make that a little difficult to sleep. And there is not a masonry wall. They said that there will be a green belt, but trees don't have leaves year-round. That greatly diminishes its buffer. Again, I can see this building from my bedroom window. I can see a lot, especially when none of the trees have leaves. And the traffic is another concern, obviously. As people the road has more traffic, they're gonna start coming through our neighborhood and cutting through there, which is a safety issue, in addition to, as Brandon stated, with no wall, what happens if someone has an emergency and the car comes crashing down. I implore you to keep the residential neighbors in mind when you are thinking about this and how this will negatively impact us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly Sullivan. I live in Orchards of Lyon. I don't live on Cider Mill Drive, but I think every single house in that community is going to be impacted by this. I moved here 7 years ago from Macomb County, and this development, when I saw it, is like the Hall Road nightmare, if you're familiar with Macomb County. This is not compatible to have 5 drive-throughs backing up to a residential street, especially because of the difference in elevation. Every single headlight that comes around that corner, 5 buildings, is going to be shining right into bedroom windows, and it's going to be worse in the wintertime when those trees that they're talking about planting are losing their leaves. Placing 5 drive-throughs contiguous to one another anywhere in this township is just a ridiculous idea. The traffic volumes, the number of left turns, even with the left turn lane, the number of left turns in and out of that complex is going to bring congestion, accidents. When we have to enter and exit our subdivision at either Carmel Drive or at Orchards Lane, that's where everybody's going to be getting into the left lane. We're going to be trying to dodge cars that are trying to get into those, especially at peak hours when people are going for eating. I just can't imagine how we're going to get into and out of our subs. I know they said this is fast food, but the options that they talked about, which they really don't have a tenant, sound like fast food to me. We already have Taco Bell, Arby's, Jimmy John's, Starbucks, Big B's, McDonald's. We don't need more, especially here. Talked about in their proposal other drive-through options, banks, credit unions. We don't need more of those either. The area right near us is already saturated with that. We would like some quality food options. You can bring us another Nobles. We're looking forward to Kickstand opening up in the old Draft Tour site. Leo's, Jonah's, New Hudson Inn. We would love a restaurant like that. That would be a good neighbor. Please deny this special land use. Not a good use of the property. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leanne Prather, and I live at 57790 Cider Mill Drive, and the presentation also had a picture of my roof. Now, I'm a fortunate one because I do have some greenery, so I don't see all of what my other neighbors are referring to. However, it's not very dark back there, and we do get a lot of road noise from Grand River, so this would just add to it. I'm concerned about noise, which I'd mentioned, the trash, lighting, smells, crime. With 5 drive-throughs, you never know, that could address and bring in more crime. Pests. I want to wake up in the morning and go to bed at night with the sounds of nature, not someone saying, would you like more fries with your order? Also, I'm asking that you deny this special land use request and don't reduce the quality of our lives and the value of our homes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brian Montalbano. I live at 57810 Cider Mill Drive. You also heard from my wife earlier. I just echo a lot of what others have said here today. The 5 drive-throughs is excessive to be abutting to a residential area. We have our bedrooms on the 2nd floor. Sure, perhaps they'll only be in use during the day, but people get sick and have to recover and sleep during the day too. I can't imagine anything worse than also getting, hearing people's drive-through orders, trying to sleep and recover. And yes, in the evening, you'll definitely be getting headlights into those windows. Nobody wants that either in their homes. So I definitely urge you to reject the special land use request. Thank you.
It's been a long night. Thank you guys for what you do. My name is Brian Daves. I live at 30052 Cider Mill Drive. I'm not against development. I have an issue with the drive-thrus and some of the restaurant use. It doesn't seem like there'd be enough trees. A better border, I think, would be good for the neighborhood. I'm also concerned with lights of cars at night in everybody's backyard. I think it brings noise that we don't need. I'm concerned about our property values. I'm concerned about the drainage. Nobody's mentioned it, but there are bus stops at the entrances of the subs as well. If the drainage isn't sufficient, is it going to run off into the bus stop? I know you said it was sufficient, but that was what, 2013 was when the study was done?
Well, continue.
I'm sorry.
I'll answer their questions.
But the other concern I have is the garbage. How often is it picked up? Does it smell? Like, is it going to be blowing into the backyards of all the residents? So those are my concerns with the development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for staying awake. I live right behind you guys, and I too am affected by this. I want to commend you for all the work you've done on this with the group. I understand you guys want to make money.
Could we get your name?
Vicki Edwards. And so I'm not going to repeat what everybody else has said, but it's like, I guess the bottom line is, would you want to live there? Would you want to go out in your backyard and listen to somebody ordering something? The other thing I thought about, I didn't see on the proposal, but I do have them at home, is where are the windows? Where would these people be, or where would I come and order? Am I going to be ordering in my backyard, somebody up here ordering their food? I don't want to hear that. I would prefer not to. One of the things, it's the special land use. I'm hoping that we can avoid that. I'm hoping that we can come up with another resolution to put something else in there. Even for you guys working, the people here across the street to see all that. I also took into effect the fire station. Do we look at that type of issue with them trying to get out in a timely manner? The rodents, aesthetics, high turnover. Do we want this as a community? Do we want to promote Lyon Township as having, a bunch of fast food places? I know that some were listed up here, but I don't know how many patrons come through those. And then lastly, do we know that they're filled? Is there a market need? And like I said, lastly, as I started with, would you buy a home here knowing that you've got a fast food place right up above you? Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephanie. I'm not in the backyard of this parcel, and I know other residents have spoken on the concerns, but I just had again a couple procedural questions here. So if I am understanding correctly, this first started back in February or December of 23, February of 24, and this is the first time it's coming to the Planning Commission, correct? Okay, because it's never been on an agenda, and it just seems odd that it's had that many reviews but never come up. But in the second, as I was looking to try and actually look at this and look at the site plans, I realized that they're not available. So on the commission's own review, it's my understanding that the Documents on Demand portal is the mechanism which with you guys get these packets. If the site plans for this application are not in that portal, which I can't find them there, I had multiple residents go look. The only site plan image that's in there is the one in McKenna's letter, so which is unable to read any of the setbacks, any of the things. So if they were provided to you guys and you had a chance to read them, that's great. But there's obviously a PowerPoint that they presented. They're not there, and the site plans are not there. So it's hard to have a public hearing when the public wasn't even available to look at the documents and weigh in on it. So, and just on public participation, I would note that the other two special land uses for tonight both had the plans in there to review, so it just seems that it was out for this one. So just, like I said, asking the public to be providing meaningful comment on the special land use hearing when it's being treated differently than the other applicants is hard to do. So I would ask that if the public doesn't feel that they were able to have a complete site plan, a special land use review, in a public hearing, that we table the matter until that can actually be reviewed by the public. That's all. Thank you.
It's always hard to follow Stephanie. My name is Erica, and I also don't live in the backyard of this proposed development, but listening to this proposal sounds like a horrible use of this property, especially for our township and for these residents. I don't think that we need so many drive-throughs. And that's really all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Tammy Barnes, and I live on the opposite side of Cider Mill Drive. And I'm just giving you a little volume here for drive-throughs. A lot of people think, oh, they're not that loud, you're not going to have the speakers, you know, you can control them or whatever. But you have someone with a loud voice and now come up to a microphone and use that loud voice, it is going to impact those people that live right there. It is loud. Because that does happen. I was just in a restaurant where somebody at the counter was ordering, and it was so loud on the other side of the restaurant. Even my grandkids said, oh my gosh, why do they have to be that loud? And they weren't using a microphone. So just keep that in mind also with these 5 drive-throughs, because they're all probably going to be talking at the same time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sorry, I know you guys thought that was it for public comment. Mike Casey. I just wanted to echo, I know previously I mentioned the concern about adding some true parameters to what the residential buffering is. I think this is another example of that. And I also know recently, I think it was 2 months ago in the township board meeting, they were also reviewing a very similar concern for an individual property. I believe it was Dunkin' Donuts, who was passing headlights. There was a lot of concern and discussion about putting some sort of retention wall. I think this just further highlights the need to put some actual parameters together and requirements surrounding the residential buffering zones. So just wanted to make that comment along with it. Thank you.
Okay.
Dave Talaga, I don't live by that in that particular subdivision, but as was stated, you know, if there's not proper site plan for public to see, then making a decision in front of the public probably wouldn't be a good idea in reference to otherwise tabling it. So if the documentation's not there for you guys to see or for the public to see, probably a good idea to table it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to close public hearing. Thank you for your comments. Back to the commission. Carl.
Well, first of all, let's address the a 10,000-pound gorilla that it wasn't in the package. Mike gets a hard copy. I can get the hard copy and look at it. We have a new person in charge. It's hard to make sure that everything's, this is a large package, and there was a mistake made, and we should treat it properly. So we had public hearing. With that public hearing, it's I hear everything on the list that I have, with the noise and the trash and the headlights and the flooding and the traffic and the crime, and it just wasn't built for that area. 5 drive-throughs is just overstretching. Just overstretching. Drive-throughs weren't made for that. I mean, we looked at that site years ago, even the people that were moving in the Orchards of Lyon, and figured that that's going to be a commercial site where there's going to be offices and it's going to be 9 to 5, and they've got a big berm up there and they can block some of the noise. That's why they built the houses right next to it, and I think it's a terrible spot for 5 1-on-1. But again, the catch is that I'd be willing to deny it to the board, but in all fairness, we probably should table it. It was not on the...
Well, I would suggest to that tonight's been a little unusual insofar we've been looking at the special land use and the site plan at the same time, whereas normally, even if they're on the same agenda, we'd split them up. Keep in mind that when it comes to the special land use review is not specifically tied to a site plan. You are looking at the 9 standards to see if that use in general is appropriate for the location, which is separate and distinct from the site plan review itself. So if you feel you have the information notwithstanding the site plan to rule on the special land use recommendation one way or the other, the absence of the site plan from the packet would not per se be detrimental, but certainly for the site plan review, if you were to move to that piece.
If we were bought into the special land use, which I don't.
Can I also add to that, just for clarity, the ordinance requires the plans to be available at Township Hall, which they are available. The notices say it's available at Township Hall. We have the wonderful resource of online, but the ordinance does make those things available. I know that's not what we want in terms of transparency.
Not what we want to hear.
Agreed. But, you know, they're available for people who wanted to take a look, and several of the members of the audience were in the office and were able to take a look too. So for what it's worth, that's the ordinance is met.
Well, I'm just going to speak my mind. So, I really appreciate all the comments here. It really matters. We are listening. And some of you might live through this, but I did. So where do we need more fast food? Right? I 5 fast food, I went crazy when I saw this. It just is, I can't conceive it. Just saying that, Brandon, you made a great, presentation, but I lived through getting those 2 developments. I've been here that long, those 2 developments up there. We still we still have an empty Applebee's, right? Yeah. We barely got through any of the fast foods, barely. What is and again, I'm just speaking for me, what on this Grand River that abuts a whole subdivision, I could go through everything, but I can't even wrap my mind around 5 drive-thrus. That's just unacceptable. And I don't see how you can fill them up. We're not in downtown Brighton where there's the Mod Pizza and I can't even think of all the things. And I know they have a lot of drive-thrus. I've gone through there. That is not here. That is not behind a subdivision. I'm just saying, I really thought about this a lot. And I would mention a lot of things that I had on my list that Brian already covered, but you would have to have a masonry wall. I will never vote for 5 drive-throughs. Never. The lighting is unacceptable. Fast food brings a lot of trash. I worry about teenagers. I shouldn't really say that, but you know what happens when you want to get fast food late at night? I worry about you're going to go right. I just, the steepness. And thank you, Maha, I've known Maha for like ever, and we've helped her a lot at the township. But I think we should, if the rest of the board has a decision about this, I mean, I'm definitely not in favor of giving them a special land use. I don't know how the rest of you, sorry about the board packet. We do have a new person. I'm not saying it's her fault. I don't know. I'm old fashioned. I take tons of notes, tons. So, I mean, these are all my notes from before you guys spoke and before and during, and it's just, I mean, I could go on and you get a fast food restaurant that could be 24 hours. You would have, that would be like a revolving door over there. When I saw it, I had to go right to Brian. I go, this cannot be real, is it? And I think they've been dealing with this development. We really have not seen it. Our consultants meet with these people when they're required to. We don't get to see it till it's maybe, I want to say, later in life. So we just start getting this, but I couldn't, when I got it, I'm like, what? So, I mean, there's so many things. No way am I gonna waive the 27 spaces. We had a big lighting problem with the daycare on Milford Road in lighting, which we had to get that fixed because there's an uneven distance, and I mean, I have, but you guys brought up a lot of other things that maybe I didn't even think about, and I never thought about food delivery. Again, Brandon, I go, oh my God, I didn't think about that. I'm just thinking about the cars going through and 5 drive-throughs and all the noise that would make. I'm just saying, that was a really good point, the Gordon food thing, because they have to have deliveries. And when are they going to deliver? And can you imagine the garbage pickup there? I mean, it's just not the place for that. So I'm willing to make a decision if Matt said that we can on the special land use. That's just, why go through this again? But it's up to you guys. I'm not in crazy.
Thank you, Patty. You're good?
No, I'm good. I just, we don't need a 14th place to buy pizza, that's for sure. Patty brought up a good point. You can't compare Brighton and Grand River, 5 lanes of traffic, no subdivision, with 2 lanes of traffic, a cutout, and a subdivision. So it's not a good fit. So I won't be redundant. I'm quick.
I'm not going to beat a dead horse. My biggest thing is they don't meet most of the requirements for a special land use.
Thank you. All right, I think you see where this is going. We're going to have someone ready to make a motion.
Sure. Make a motion to deny AP-24-01B to the board for the special land use because it does not meet the 9 criteria in section or Article 6, Section 603. Support.
Motion support. Any other comments?
And of course the McKenna letter and the engineering letter.
Well,
do you hear that?
Yeah, can we clarify? Well, because the word fast food has come up a lot, so I just want to clarify all the fast food.
Thank you. Sorry,
yeah,
no, I was everybody else. I was just
so like Taco Bell, Arby's,
yeah.
They all exist already just down the road.
You brought that up.
The way this property is laid out, just regardless of how many buildings, could never fit a fast food stack.
Understand.
So it's going to be coffee. It's going to be your fast casual.
Thank you. Please.
Like that's the
Tell you can take to the board.
Nobody's anticipating to have 5 any food really. The idea is there's going to be a financial institution, like a pharmacy and a coffee place.
Mr. Chairman, the motion's been made. Can we
That's
proceed,
4 out of
please?
5 right there, right?
Right.
And only one of them's a restaurant,
I
right?
think,
So
okay.
like,
I
Yeah.
think,
Yeah.
thank you.
Call the
For
question.
clarification. Okay, we have a motion,
Support.
we have support, any comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that's denial to the board. Then, Carl, you want to continue? Do we need to,
The design?
yeah.
Is there a site plan motion?
Was there a site plan motion? Yeah, I heard a second, right? It was Tom and then.
No, she asked for site plan motion.
There was a special land use, but was there a site
We
plan?
don't have to do a site plan. If we turn down
Well,
the,
at this point, the site plan
Right.
would be moved.
It'll be moved. So, that,
Okay.
okay, we don't
You
need a
could-
motion on that.
You could move
The only-
to table it, I suppose, as moot, or.
I mean, the only way that it comes to fruition is if the board makes a different decision. If they
Right.
take the recommendation and say, no, we're going to approve it,
Then they send it
then
back.
we need to deal with the site plan.
Okay. So,
So you could table it
Table it?
pending a township board decision.
Okay, let's
Yeah,
do
that
special
works.
land use.
That
What?
works.
Carl.
Yeah, close that.
so
one.
moved.
Okay.
Support.
Kelly's got
Motion
that, right?
support to table. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. That's it.
although maybe if there was a discussion about like the masonry wall, for example. and
Well,
outside-
you'll be going before the board. Prepare for that. I don't know if that's.
I mean, I think the recommendation here is probably pretty detrimental for that conversation, but didn't know if there was, a discussion on maybe that being part of it. We honestly thought Masonry Hall was more like an eyesore than maybe actual greenery, but, I mean, if Masonry Hall would resolve these issues.
Mr. Chairman, I mean,
That may have helped, but I don't think,
Yeah.
I think we've come to the same conclusion tonight, so.
Mr. Chairman, I'd point out too, that's more of a site plan issue, and the agenda item's complete, so we should move on to the next item.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. All right, let's move on. AP 26-20, Quadrants Development LLC on behalf of Design USA Holdings LLC site plan review. Is there, I'm sorry, this is, no, this is special land use, I'm sorry. We're going to do both?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the last application this evening is relating to a proposed building, new building, that would support the design group facility that is on Ambassador Parkway East, east of Milford Road. The proposal is for a 73,248 square foot light industrial building. This is, the property is located in the I-2 General Industrial District. The reason that this is a special land use is because it is in the Wellhead Protection Overlay District. Typically a building like this and a use like this would be permitted by right, but because we're in the Wellhead Protection District, the special land use hearing applies. So the aerial of the site is up on the screen now. The proposed building would go on the east side of the existing building. So the overall development would be tied together. These would be on one parcel. There is an element of work that is on site today that would be renovated, removed, reconfigured to install the new building. You have a site plan and a special land use review letter dated June 3rd. I'm going to start with the site plan review letter. In terms of the site plan elements, there are a majority of things that the majority of the site complies with the ordinance. There are a few things that I have highlighted that need either clarification or planning commission discretion on. I'll start with some minor things like lighting. Some of the wall-mounted fixtures don't have a height provided. They should be included to determine compliance. That's a really minor item. Parking, I have noted that there's a total of 151 spaces on the entire site as it's proposed, and I'm looking at this as one cohesive unit. So this is all of the square footage and all of the spaces that would be encompassed by both of these buildings. The ordinance requirement for all of the floor area space, as I've got it calculated, is about 199 spaces. So I agree with the number, the overall number, the end result number that's shown on the site plan. There is a shortfall of spaces that are proposed to be constructed at the time of the building, of 48 spaces for the entire facility. I do note that there's 110 banked spaces that are shown on this project. And if you recall, there was a large number of banked spaces on the south side of the building when it was originally constructed, and several other locations. And essentially a banked parking space is showing that compliance can be achieved, but they're not actually building them at the time. And if parking becomes a problem on the site, those would be required to be constructed. The majority of the banked spaces, actually all of the banked spaces that were part of the original site plan, never needed to be constructed. There were not issues with parking based on the employee counts in the site. So I'm not opposed to the use of that mechanism this go around. I believe that the site has functioned based on the parking that has been available on site. And so that is something that the Planning Commission consider again as part of the second building on the site. There is a loading dock on the new building on the southwest corner of the site. Based on the square footage, there needs to be 3 loading spaces on the site. There's plenty of room for these spaces, but they're just not highlighted. So I wanted to note that as a minor correction that needs to be made. Probably the most significant item that I've noted in this review, and I know that that's going to be a point of our discussion later on too, is currently the property, let me go back to the aerial. Currently the property has a drive that provides access down to the well house, the township's well house, and maintained access to that site that's satisfactory to the water operator, to the engineer, to everybody involved in that operation is paramount. And so I want to make sure that no matter what ends up going on this site as part of a second building, maintains clear access to the wellhead, to the well house. So I do think that in summary on the site plan itself, most of the items are minor as long as you are comfortable with the banked parking concept on this project. Then we have no concerns that the other elements of the site can be achieved, with the well house access being the one condition that has to be satisfied. In terms of the special land use criteria, these are a lot clearer to me in terms of compliance with our special land use criteria. The existing operation is simply expanding. This is a support building for the existing facility. There are not wet processes involved in that project. There have been no compliance issues in terms of spills or other potential impacts to the wellhead district. I believe that the use can be operated in a manner that's consistent with our special land use criteria, as well as the special land use review standards for the Wellhead Protection Overlay District. I simply, on page 3 of my review, I asked just to confirm the materials of the new building will be consistent with those, and this is involved in the operation. The materials will be consistent with with those that have been reviewed by the fire marshal in the past. Once we get that confirmation that materials used in the operation are the same, we find it appropriate to approve the special land use for the second building. And I would condition that based on compliance with the site plan and resolution of the access to the wellhead, to the well house. Any questions I can handle? Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Questions for Brian?
No, it's just.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to start first with the special land use. So our review is dated June 3rd, and it's in your packet. And we state in the letter that the applicant is required to meet the local limits in the township's utility ordinance and is prohibited from using the 7 regulated PFAS chemicals. And our letter basically requires that the applicant provide a signed letter stating that about the PFAS chemicals, which they have provided. And as Brian mentioned, and as you all know, this is really what I would call like the 3rd expansion to the site. So the applicant has provided these letters in the past, and they did provide the letters addressing these items to our office. So I'm satisfied with this. We do recommend, though, if the special land use is recommended for approval, that it's conditioned on the site plan approval. And so at this time, I'm satisfied with the special land use items. Now, the site plan, however, the concern is, as Brian mentioned, the access to the South Hill Well House is through this site. And the township, so I'm trying to go in order here, but there's a lot on this topic. The concern is that, you know, this is a very critical infrastructure for the township's water system. The township owns 2 well house locations, and this was actually the first site that was constructed in approximately 1999, and that's when the township acquired the land. In the past expansions, the Township Water Committee and Planning Commission approved relocating the township's well access drive twice already. And it was moved, the site was readdressed, and all of this is complicated when maintaining a daily maintenance and operations of a utility. The site plan as submitted was different than some of the, I would say, preliminary drawings that the applicant's representative have met with my office about. Right now, they are requesting essentially that the township use the road that they also use and have parking off of it, and that is a major concern for the Water Committee. And so we drafted our site plan review letter dated May 18th. The applicant, one of the applicant's representative from the design group responded to that letter, and I then wrote a chronology of events that just got added to your packet today, stating that the well house, what the property was purchased in 1999, the easement and access was off of South Hill Road. Then in 2022, the applicant proposed the initial building and requested the township move the access point to Ambassador Parkway East, which the township agreed to. That was constructed as part of the project. Then in 2023, the applicant submitted a second site plan application to do an expansion on that building and requested we relocate the access again, and the township agreed. And it was so critical at that time, the township entered into an agreement that the drive would not be moved again, and that's in your packet. So my issue is, as the plans that were submitted, they're just not acceptable to the Water Committee. The applicant did make modifications to the plans last week, but there was not enough time for us to review them or even get a meeting with the Water Committee. So my recommendation on the site plan is either to table it and send it back to the Water Committee and until it's at a point that we're recommending an approval, or deny the site plan. That's my, I guess, my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Okay.
Leslie, question?
Yeah, I do, just offhand. Do you remember or recall any of the reasons why they didn't want to share that driveway? Obviously, it goes into a parking lot. And how many times is that site visited in a day?
Well, I'm not the one I'm not the operator, so I can't tell you. I know it's visited at least daily, but the part of the issue is that if there's an emergency and there's cross access and the applicant has trucks and parking and somebody's car breaks down and you can't get to it, it's a problem. Now, they did show a secondary access point around the east side of the building, but the water committee is still not satisfied with the plans that are in your packet. And especially with the parking off of it and having to share the drive through the design group's site. But I know it's visited daily. They also have chemical delivery. Occasionally the iron tanks need to have sludge removed. So these are not necessarily just pickup trucks all the time.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, I can say something. Just saying. First of all, this is our water plant. This is ours, not theirs. Not your water plant, our water plant. And we have to have 100% access to that. And Leslie's right, we accommodated them twice. But the third time, no, and it's right in our agreement. We're not moving the road again. And we have people that go there. John visits the water plant every day and the sewer treatment plant. We have maintenance that comes. They're building our softening plant right now, so it has a lot of activity right now. But we have to safeguard our plant. No one should be on our road. That just should not happen. That's like public safety for the water customers. I have no problem. I would be in favor of tabling it till the water committee actually decides what is the right
I agree.
process to go through. But that would be, instead of denying it,
Right. Yeah.
if they table it and they leave our road alone, it sounds like it would be acceptable. But anyways, that's just my 2 cents.
Good information, thank you. You guys good right now? Yeah, anything?
Nothing at this time.
Applicant?
Yep.
If you're still here,
I have an opportunity to speak.
please do come. Name and address.
All right, Ruan Holtzhausen with Design Group. We're 54061 Ambassador Parkway. Yep.
If you just hit the green play button on there, it will project. There you go. But it is projecting that same box for you, so you can minimize that one. There you go. Thanks.
All right, thanks for the opportunity to talk. So, yeah, everything that's been brought up so far is accurate. We do want to bring up that, yes, we did just submitted the updated site plan that addressed all of the concerns that Leslie brought up in her letter to us regarding the parking off the shared access road that we're proposing. So just high level, that's the site plan phases that we've gone through. So phase 1 and 2 is complete. Phase 3 is what we're speaking to now, and we represent the Wellhouse Road on this slide here. All right, so I'm not going to read this word for word because everyone's had a long evening, but I do want to emphasize a few points on this. So this directly addresses word for word the letter that Leslie wrote us with her concerns. So we do want to highlight, so obviously high level what we're proposing is a shared access road to the well house on our property, and obviously I've acknowledged all the comments made prior to me coming up here. Some of the motivation for this is obviously the 73,000 odd square feet that we're proposing. To achieve that size, we cannot have the dual road there, right? And for us, it's very important, efficient use of the land that we own, right? Because we own all these lots, 100% acknowledging easements that are there, well house that needs to be accessed. So in that efficiency of trying to achieve the maximum building size in phase 3, right? We think it a reasonable request. If you look at what we've dimensioned on the blue road, that's a 33-foot wide road, which matches the width of Ambassador Parkway itself. And currently, for wellhouse access, they have to use South Hill and they have to use Ambassador Parkway to get to the wellhouse. All we're proposing is a road the same size as Ambassador Parkway on our property, double laned, to be shared access to the well house. And you'll see, and I understand that you may not all have been able to review the package in detail, but we have taken into account the parking that was off this access, the shared access road. We've inverted that over to our side. So the area that's really shared between our, let's say, what would be the most traffic into our parking is just this initial piece of the yellow Ambassador Parkway. Right. Obviously, we would still also use that lane to get to the phase 2, the first building, right, to get out to our truck docks. But that is a fire access lane road. We're not permitted to block that road. I know there was a comment about a car breaking down on that road. Again, the road is the same width as Ambassador Parkway. Cars could break down on South Hill. Cars could break down on Ambassador Parkway, right? It's no different. So it's a dual lane, double lane road. So that's some of the points I wanted to emphasize on that slide. Please keep in mind that it's very important for us to use efficient use of the land that we own to maximize the building size, which obviously keeping that exclusive well house access road drastically reduces our building size. So this is just some pictures here. I know there was some comment. This is pictures of what's there today. So on the left there is the dirt road or the gravel road, exclusive to the well house, and then to the right there is just showing the road that we're proposing with a truck and a 53-foot truck and trailer, and then a normal pickup truck on that. That would be the road that both of us would use. And then I know there was some comments on, we weren't sure what kind of traffic is being used on the well house. Obviously, we have CCTV cameras up around our building. We've been monitoring it over the last 5-6 weeks. We see about 2 pickup trucks per day, vans, pickup trucks per day on the well house access road. Maybe a couple larger trucks up to maybe a 30-foot truck. I think tanker trucks. I think you guys said there was some pumping happening. Maybe once every 2 weeks, we've noticed on that road. It seems really minimal. And again, it's a dual lane road we're proposing. So yeah, obviously we would acknowledge that there needs to be an easement agreement in place, right? As part of this, for permanent access for both parties on that road. It's a fire. We're highlighting that it's a fire marshal access road, so we are not permitted to block that road. It's part of the ordinances and the rules of the township. I've just touched on before. It's just on the CCTV traffic that we've monitored, so we can provide evidence of that if required. And then 0.5 years, just to specifically highlight that we have addressed and we agreed with the parking off that shared access road. So we've removed that. We've obviously addressed the parking quantity as well. And then all parking for our third phase of the building would be purely isolated to this grey area. Yeah, we obviously would access it off that shared route. All right, and let's see what else I had, yeah. Just as a last slide, yeah, I think there was a comment made or a proposal to reinstate, I think, similar to the original well access road on the south side of the building there. And we did look into this. Obviously, there's an estimated cost from what we could tell of $150,000 to reinstate that road. But I think the largest challenge there is it is a wetland area there. There's a lot of tree removal, probably ground build-up, compacting. We're not sure whose property that is. There's some private property there. We're not sure who would be accountable for this cost, solely or shared. But, I mean, we did want to table this 0.6 year as a discussion as well if we don't come to a positive conclusion on the previous proposal. But, yeah, just want to close off with that. We think being a 33-foot wide road, same as Ambassador Parkway, it's a reasonable request. And we'd appreciate your support and conveying that message over to the well house. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Questions? Yeah.
I have nothing.
All right, good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we open up public hearing. Who's still with us? Stephanie.
Hello, I'm Stephanie. I live in Lyon Township. So I guess the question on this for the special land use versus the site plan, I understand there was the discussion on the site plan, and I agree with Leslie's take on tabling it, so I won't bring that up because she explained that far better than I could. I guess my question is the special land use. McKenna's recommendation states that it would be appropriate for the commission to recommend the special land use approval to the township board, quote, with a condition that the site plan must be approved. So that condition obviously hasn't been met today, and it's not going to be met today. And if I recall correctly in reading the documents supplied by the applicant, they basically said that resolving the access issue may require reducing the building size, or they may scrap the project entirely. So if that's the case, or it may not be financially viable, it was some sort of that commentary. So if that's the case, does it make sense to send a special land use to the board for a project that may be completely material different based on that? And then my other question was regarding the 48 space parking shortfall. Given that the SLU, like just from everything, and I'm default to the attorney here, but from what I can find online, special land use approvals in Michigan typically run with the land rather than the owner or operator. So I would ask that the commission and township attorney confirm that what mechanism would compel a future owner or tenant to have to construct those spaces if the unit was sold or leased to another owner. Because it just, I don't know if that, I understand right now the intent is to keep it together, but if it were to be split off, would they be required to do anything with that then? So, just a question.
Okay, thank you.
Jumping in front of somebody. Mike Casey. I'm not for or against the project. I just, a point of question from a process standpoint. From what's been described, it sounds like there was already an agreement that was in place that stated we're not going to do this again. We've done it once, we've done it twice, now we're being asked to do it again. I guess from just a process standpoint, this feels very much like a give an inch, take a mile. And if we have an agreement, what was the purpose of the agreement if we're not going to abide by it and hold to it? So just a point for the board to take into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, may I make a comment on that, or was my time up?
Yeah, hold on. We'll
Okay,
get
thank you.
a chance. Yeah. Anyone else? All right, we're going to close the public hearing. Thank you. Comments? Yeah, if you'd like to.
Sorry about that. No, just on what the gentleman, sorry, I've got your name highlighted.
Okay.
So just the gentleman highlighted the process to re-review. There was a decision that you don't want to move it again. In the letter that was signed, agreeing that we won't move the road again, there was verbiage in there and a line to open up discussion again, right, in case both parties agreed that a change needed to be made. So I just wanted to highlight that. As part of the process, there was verbiage to cover that scenario.
Okay.
Thanks.
Leslie, oh, no. I was going to say after hearing comments, anything to add?
No.
No? Okay. All right.
Stephanie had the question about what happens with banked parking if it needs to be utilized later, and the conditions of the original site plan were that the Planning Commission, if there were complaints about parking issues continuing on site, that the zoning administrator could compel the owner to construct those. And so because the way that we typically tie a special land use to a site plan, even if the site changed hands or the use changed or something like that, that would trigger another review of the site. We could use that as the opportunity to compel construction of those parking spaces.
Okay. All right. Good. Good information. All right. Back to the commission.
Yeah, we'll talk about the parking spaces. Impervious surface is not what we want. So it's a great idea to bank if it's needed to do in the future. It is kind of, I guess we have to send a signal, usually with a special land use. If we approved a recommendation to the board to approve it, then it would give them a signal that, you know, at least they had an opportunity to move forward with the site plan. And again, if we didn't approve the special land use, I mean, they just might walk away or, you know. So I'm always caught in the middle of approving a special land use, because a lot of times it's contingent upon, which we would do, make it contingent upon the site plan. So there'd be no harm in sending that special land use forward and tabling the site plan and make it special land use contingent upon the site plan approval.
Matt?
Yeah, that approach would be consistent with the ordinance, because for the special land use approval, the ordinance requires compliance with the site plan review criteria plus the special land use criteria. So that's why you typically do see that interplay between the site plan standards and the special land use standards. Now, in the case of a couple agenda items ago, we never even got to the site plan because the commission determined that it didn't meet the special land use criteria. Right. So, I mean, if it didn't satisfy both, what's the point? But, I mean, that's ultimately a choice for the commission to make. If you feel you can make a recommendation tonight, you can do it one way or the other, conditioned on the site plan approval, and then the special land use approval does not become effective until the site plan is approved and gets final approval. Otherwise, you could table as well.
Okay, thank you. Any comments?
For me, I would prefer to table it personally, just because while I appreciate that design group is here, and I love the fact that your business is growing so much that in the few years you've been here, you're going for your second expansion to your building. I think that's amazing. But in the letter for the access road, you're right. It does say the agreement, you know, G4 says the agreement may only be modified by written agreement of all parties. G3 says, G2 says design and its successors and assignees shall be prohibited from relocating or seeking to relocate the township's water access drive to the well house discharge line. So for me, I feel like it would have been prudent planning when you moved it the last time to maybe move it a little closer to the building or potentially propose what you're proposing today. For me, until the water commission is completely satisfied, I would say table it so we don't have to deny it.
The site plan?
Yeah.
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
I actually agree too.
So I said
You're
we
gonna
could
send
approve
it,
the site,
if you send it to the
special
board,
land use.
what are they gonna,
Yeah.
there's no answer.
Right.
And if they're not happy with
Good
the
point there.
water committee, they would have to take it probably to the township.
So I agree with you. Okay. Would approve the special land use.
Yeah, I'm okay with it as long as we don't.
Contingent upon.
Correct.
Approval.
And then I would recommend that it
site
not
plan.
be placed on a board agenda until the site plan is satisfactory to the water committee and the planning commission. And I understand why the applicant wanted to stay on tonight's meeting. There's a public hearing, all of this is planned in advance with the special land use, but the site plan, in my opinion, needs more time to go through that process. It's more there's a whole other committee that reviews things that influence or impacts the utility. So that's my recommendation.
So who would schedule it with the board then? Would that be?
The water committee?
No.
The township board?
Yeah.
I would just discuss it with the clerk's department,
Okay.
that it hold off on being on the agenda until the site plan comes back through.
All right.
Assuming we can, there's a revision that would work for both entities.
Okay. All right. Motion. Who wants to?
Go for it, big guy.
Which one's special land use, Brian? 20 or 21?
21.
Motion to approve this, or to recommend approval of the special land use to the board of AP 26-21 for Design USA with McKenna letters and CES letters and all comments that we've had tonight. Provided that the site plan is finalized and gets approval as well. Is that right?
Yep.
Cool.
Support.
Motion and support. Any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Very good.
I'm
Keep going.
completely in support of this. Like I said, I wish you guys would have planned. I think the township has been a good partner to you guys as well, and moving it 2 times. So hopefully we can get through it.
Okay, then we're going to, we still need to, huh? Do you want to go? No. You don't want to? Well,
Oh, the other motion.
Yeah.
Do I need to do the other one too, Brian?
I'm sorry?
Do I need to do the AP 2620?
Yeah. Yes.
Separately? All
Yes.
right. AP motion to table AP 26-20 until special land use and site plan and everything has been completed.
And it goes to the committee.
And goes to the water committee.
Water Support. Support. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Okay, did you get all that?
Of course you
Okay, good. Thank you. Sorry about the late night.
Oh, thank you guys. Appreciate your time.
You missed America's Got Talent. Yeah. All right. What's next, ladies and gentlemen?
Large land use.
Community reports. Are we going to continue, or
Let's go through it because my changes are pretty minimal and we still need to come back. So I'd like to at least highlight the small amount of progress that was made. It's okay. I'll be quick, I promise. I promise you.
Of course.
Thank you. So as you can see, it's been an insanely busy month. I have not made a ton of progress on this, and I still owe a discussion or a thorough review with the attorney's office. But that being said, I did incorporate a few of the questions, comments, discussion points that we talked about last month. The first of which, we wanted some kind of time period in which the complaint resolution officer from the operator had to report back to the zoning administrator. I put in that he's got to give the township a plan within 24 hours. Things don't necessarily have to be resolved in that 24 hours, although it'd be great if they could, but at least a timeline for resolution of a complaint. So that's a change there. And then the other change is substantively a big one, but very easy to describe. So we talked about requiring special land use approval for any data center of any scale. And so in section 5 of this ordinance, this is a new section where I'm calling out that we're going to amend the use table that's in section 3302. Right now it says data processing and computer centers permitted by right. This is the new version of what that permitted use table would look like. So I'm saying anything that's a small scale, a medium scale, or a hyperscale data center would be special land use review. If it's an accessory data center, and if you recall, those are things that we've defined as accessory to an operation that's already in place. So any of the other permitted uses, a warehouse or things like that, that have their own servers, have their own infrastructure on site, would be permitted to have that on site without going through special land use, just to have their own server room. So that's the distinction that I'm making in this proposed amendment. That is all I have for changes to report to the Planning Commission. I know it's late. Leslie and I have talked about some changes that she would like to see, and I don't know if you want to talk about them or if you want us to resolve them and bring them back
How late
to
do
you.
you want to go?
You solved that.
Just kidding. No, there's just a couple of things that don't, I just read through this draft today that don't really follow our normal process, for permitting and such. So all projects we treat essentially the same way. Now PDs are slightly different because they have 7 meetings, but the permitting, so you have your site plan application and special land use in some occasions, and then it's followed by a detailed engineering review. Then the applicant's required to get all permits before pre-con. So for a process standpoint, I think this ordinance should follow the same process. So for example, permitting. One of the items in here states that they should have all of the permits, essentially like the environmental permits. That really, to me, doesn't make sense because, in my opinion, the Planning Commission should be the first body that sees this, rather than full design, then they go through permitting, then they come to you, and if you want something changed, then all those permits have to get revised. They're not simple. Like a wetland permit is a 6-month permit, pretty much guaranteed. And also, there was a comment in here about the Michigan Public Service Commission, that they would have to get that approval first. Again, I think the Planning Commission should be the first one to see it, because the Michigan Public Service Commission is a 3-member appointed commission by the governor. And they're supposed to notify the local communities when there's an application, but if it goes to them first, then pretty much the plan is kind of set before you even give comments. So there's a couple of these things. I talked with Brian and Patty earlier today about a couple of these things that I would recommend changing or clarifying the timing of when they're required. And one of the items on the water, there was a water use under 3B, I guess three little I's, whatever that is. It says that if water is proposed to be from public sources, the applicant shall demonstrate that a public source has the capacity to provide water. An applicant wouldn't do that. That we would do that as part of our review. And we could do that as part of the site plan review, but it's just things like that I noticed that I'd like to work with McKenna on with some modifications to the language.
Okay. Is it over what, the next 3 months, 6 months, year?
I mean, I would like to have a pretty substantial draft to you by next month. Because we are running closer as this has come along.
Yeah.
We're getting closer to the end of the moratorium. I don't remember the exact date. September.
So if we get all those changes and look through them and there's no other changes, we should be able to schedule a public hearing, hopefully.
In theory, yep.
So
Yep.
For August, maybe shoot for.
I think it's a good goal, yeah, and a realistic goal.
Okay.
Thank you. Everything? Anything else?
Except are we going to talk about July meetings, or is that later?
Remind me, it's late.
That there's one meeting and there might need to be a need for 2 meetings in July.
We do. We were hoping to understand if there is any available. Are the planning commissioners available if we have to hold a second meeting in July? It would be the fourth Monday.
Second and fourth, like we did for how many years?
There's no fourth.
Just July.
Just for July, the 27th.
Board meets on the 6th and we kept 13th and 27th.
So 13th and 27th.
Mostly if we know we're not going to have a quorum, then we need to plan around that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I should be here. I should be here.
Okay.
I should be here too.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm just helping my daughter move, so.
That would be a reprieve to come here. Yep.
Good.
Okay. Thank you.
Patty, did you want to do?
Well, I have that. Where's Stephanie? Did she go? Did you have any comments? Because you mentioned you did.
I did.
I mean,
I can be here for the 2 meetings.
did you want to come up or no?
I can.
Oh, I just said you told me you had some comments, so.
So I know we're limited on time, and I know it's late, so I was going to focus on 5 points that are either unresolved or not yet in the draft, and then I can follow up with Brian and the Planning Commission by email. Section P5 of the draft requires a sound and vibration impact study and then measures compliance back to Article 20 of the existing zone ordinance. But the township's own consultant, KNS, has already found that methodology used to demonstrate compliance with that same standard is really insufficient, right? They're kind of going through on a live application that we know about. So pointing the new ordinance back to benchmark, the township's own expert has already found it just doesn't close the compliance gap. So I feel like there should be more looked at there. And then building on that, the township has hired KNS and Code Concepts, right, as third-party consultants because it recognized that they have a standard general review from the township was not relevant on a large project like this, right? So we leverage them. And these firms both have technical expertise and direct awareness of what is and isn't working in other peer communities. So I would like to ask the commission to consider having those two consultants specifically weigh in on the draft ordinance prior to going through approval to see if there's any other items in there that they might recommend. The other new 4-tier data center typology is an improvement. It does, though, not address the whole NVIDIA Pulte small because that would be less than 5 megawatts per house. So if edge computing, as it's being called now, nodes embedded across the residential subdivision, I believe is how it's being defined, where each individual unit would fall below the 5 megawatt accessory threshold that is now in there, but the aggregate installation would constitute a significant infrastructure. So I would ask the commission to address aggregated or networked installations as a distinct category so that it takes into account the whole sub versus just the individual house, and that there's no distinction there between the two. And then Section 3302C still permits classification determination, finding that an unlisted use is similar or permitted use, therefore permitted by right, without a public hearing. Given that effectively bypasses the whole special land use process, I would like to ask the commission consider that if there is a unlisted use similar application, that would go to the board in that case. So that way it's not just the planning commission making that decision, it's a planning commission and the board if it's a non-listed use. Just to have like checks and balances. And then the June draft already accepts the principle that applicants should fund third-party expert reviews through an escrow mechanism. And I would ask the commission to extend that principle to baseline reviewer costs, including the attorney, the planner, and engineering time when an application requires more than 2 full rounds of review. Under the current framework, an applicant can resubmit indefinitely while full review costs are borne by township taxpayers, and a tiered cost recovery provision where rounds 3 and beyond are billed to the applicant regardless of outcome would both be equitable and consistent with the escrow principle.
One point of clarification on that. And several public comments tonight talked about that. The township is not bearing the costs of reviews of these final site plans. All of the invoices that get generated for like the final site plan reviews for the project, those are all being paid for by the applicant.
But they're submitted to the township.
Right.
The invoices go to the township. The township either bills the applicant or pulls from an escrow account that they have that the township already has.
I guess we see the invoices, we don't see any payouts.
Correct.
So it's not clear that that's happening.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's for every project.
Yep. Okay. No, that's helpful clarification because we weren't seeing that. We knew the third party had been discussed, but we didn't know for you guys this time. And then just adding that the moratorium was passed in a commitment to structured public engagement and including additional listening sessions with residents who have direct expertise in acoustics, water system, community health would still be requested, as I think was the intent. And I know we're coming up on summer and trying to wrap this up. So either that or an extension, right, a decision has to be made, I would think, in July. But I know residents have submitted detailed written analysis across 3 draft cycles, and those submissions are sometimes being referenced, but not always. So acknowledging them in the official records strengthens the legal defensibility of the moratorium process. So, thank you.
Thank you for that point of clarity, Brian, because that was one of the comments that I made earlier. I know I'm turning into a pumpkin. I'll be brief. I think knowing how much work you had ahead of you, Brian, and knowing that you said, I mean, we're coming upon the holidays, we might not have quorum at the early July. I think it would be worth considering extending the moratorium, just so, although you said the realistic goal would be August. It's better to not rush and push to that, because you also have to do two public readings, correct? Because you'll have to read in August and you'll have to read in September.
It would be, so if we hold a public hearing at this body in August, it would be September and October at the board.
But then the moratorium is over at that point.
Right. When we get close, we'll figure out what the appropriate length is of extending that moratorium.
Okay. So my suggestion is to extend, and knowing that you're already looking at October, I think it's worth just preparing for that padding, because there's no need to rush it. I'd rather do it right, do the research, add in these other things, talk to other experts. That was my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Still getting a pause, you guys. It's a late night. I'm not going to go through all of this because it's a late night. I can email you, I guess, references if you want. I wanted to talk about the setbacks. I did notice in there that still wasn't much detail there. I thought I would just provide some information. Maybe that would help. So instead of taking the approach from something like, hey, what's a setback? What should be a setback for a data center? I looked at everything that's included in the data center, right? So let's see. They do, so HVAC experts recommend for cooling towers. They say that they often exceed 65 to 75 decibels at 50 feet. Sound drops 6 decibels per doubling of distance. WHO states for noise guidelines 55 decibels daytime, 45 decibels nighttime. But for setbacks based on that information I just shared, they do imply a minimum setback of 300 to 600 feet to meet recommended thresholds for residential and school environments. When you add chillers and generators, the guidelines increase to 600 to 1,000 feet for residential and chillers due to the fact that low frequency builds, travels farther, penetrates more easily. Facilities with hundreds of lithium batteries should be treated as hazardous industrial buildings. NFPA 855 recommends using fire modeling to determine setbacks for large-scale lithium-ion systems due to thermal runaway and toxic gas release. UL 9540A is the test method used to determine how they behave in a fire. Findings show thermal runaway can cause jet flame ejection. Toxic gases, especially hydrogen fluoride, can travel hundreds of feet. Pressure waves can damage nearby structures. Again, setback is recommended at 600 to 1,000 feet. And there's diesel backup generators. We can go through this if you want, but again, it's about 500 to 1,000 feet is justified for schools and homes. Substation transformers, NFPA 850 and IEEE 979 recommend 25 to 50 feet between transformers, firewalls, or increased distance for large oil volumes. Utilities commonly use 300 to 500 feet for setbacks from schools. Light exposure, 300 feet from schools and homes. Wetlands, 50 to 100 feet minimum. Streams and riparian corridors, 100 to 300 feet. When multiple hazards overlap, the most restrictive factor should be determined, should determine the setback. So in the case of, for example, this data center that includes all of these things, 750 to 1,000 feet is supported and defensible. So, yeah, that was fast. I'm tired. But I obviously can send you, and will send you the information, but I wouldn't try to focus so much on like the data center, right? But more what's included in the data center. I think that when I started reading about lithium and the jet stream, when it hits the air, like that's terrifying. So just maybe take a look at that, but hopefully take this into consideration. I will send you an email, but I think that that's a good place to start for setbacks. Thank you.
Hello. I just wanted to, I know it's late, but, and I don't remember if this is in the draft or not, but talking about, like blockage or, between residential and the large land use, buildings. Also, I'm not sure if that was addressed. And no, it's not addressed in like a what is recommended. Like I know you say like you should put trees there, but you don't say like how big the trees should be or how fast growing they should be, or I personally think it should probably be walls. But the other thing I wanted to address was in terms of like a large land use like warehouse situation with like parking bays or whatever for large trucks. I don't feel that they should be allowed to be facing residential homes. I think that they need to, there should be something about facing away from residents. That's it.
Thank you.
Evening. I'll be brief. Mark Spencer, Lyon Township. Thank you. Thank you for your diligence. Thank you for your time. Thank you for spending the great amount of time, Brian, Leslie, many others on this and other forums to focus on this and protecting our town for the future. One question I had, I will revisit the draft and process. Power distribution coming into the center, into the site itself. We've seen lots of variability with this interesting project going on. Do we specify how power can come into such a facility?
We do. We say the applicant shall provide anticipated routes for electrical transmission lines and details illustrating height, location, and number of poles to
Perfect.
Support the proposed use.
Can and or should we add anything in here to go underground? More and more we're going underground with infrastructure, with utilities. Now is a great opportunity to fit something in there as either a preference or at least optionality. Thank you for your time. Call Lyon Township.
Thanks.
Hello, Mike Casey again. Just a couple quick notes. One that Erica mentioned, the loading bays, I think as it's written right now, it wasn't written with the concept of these being so close to residential. So when it's saying that it can't face the road, right now it being 75 feet from a house is perfectly okay, which I think is obviously something that wasn't intended in its design, but should probably be addressed along with this. The other identification in relation to power lines and the power, being able to provide power, I think we also need to potentially address substations and their proximity to residents and or public services such as schools. Lastly, I think the other piece that we need to classify, since we have so much specificity under the data center and computer use, is also the intended use and the implications of said intended use. And what I mean by that is if a data center is intended to operate as 24/7, 365 and is a tier 2, 3, or I think it's called a fault tolerant tier, those have certain parameters and requirements, such as requirements of diesel generators, which may or may not, depending on the applicant, may or may not be included in the site plans, but are absolutely operationally required if they intend to hit that classification of a data center, which also comes with it. They are required to test said diesel generators at least on a monthly basis for at least an hour at a time in order to maintain their level of certification for that data center. So the intended use of the data center is just as important as the size of it itself. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you.